الذي بصدد. وأيضا سوف أقوم بتقديم بقية المشاركين. قاسم عزت علي هو الأخبار والتلفزيون، ولمدة 3 عقود قام بتغطية الشؤون الانتفاضة الفلسطينية وأسس الشؤون الإخبارية، وأنه قام بوضع الكثير من الأعمال الأخبارية تجاه فلسطين وأيضا في المجتمع الفلسطيني. في هذه الحالة أنه أيضا السيد علي قام بجذب الكثير من الاهتمام الدولي للانتفاضة الفلسطينية الأولى في مخيمات غزة، وأيضا الاستجابة إلى العراق في الخليج الأولى، وأيضا 2009 الحرب على غزة، وأيضا أمور كثيرة سياسية قام بها، وخاصة الربيع العربي، وأيضا الديناميكية التي أيضا تواجهها في شؤون الشرق الأوسط. ونحن سعداء أن يكون معنا. والمتحدث الثاني مازن قمسير، وهو المدير والمتطوع للتنوع الحيوي والاستدامة BIES.
He serves on the board of a number of Palestinian youth and service organizations and oversees many projects related to sustainability of human and natural communities. He is a recipient of many grants and awards. He's online, as I said, but he will also be available for Q&A. Next up after that is Dr. Leila Al-Mayarati, who has been a longtime activist in the American Muslim community, writing and speaking extensively on issues of concern to Muslim women and Muslims in general, with particular focus on religious freedom, women's rights in Islam, reproductive health, sexuality, and spirituality. She is the chair of Kinder USA, Kids in Need of Development, Education, and Relief, a nonprofit humanitarian organization that provides health, education, and other forms of assistance to Palestinian children and their families living in the West Bank, Gaza, and refugee camps in Lebanon. She has been providing services to women of all backgrounds with a particular commitment to the underserved and to educating the next generation of physicians specializing in women's health. Very happy to have you here, Doctor. Then the fourth speaker shall be Jan Chalmers, who is with us online and is a nurse and embroiderer who worked for UNRWA in UNRWA in Gaza in the 1969 and 1970. She founded the Palestinian History Tapestry Project in 2011. Her idea for a Palestinian history tapestry was prompted by her experience in working with South African village women to create the Kaiskama History Tapestry. Sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. With Palestinian colleagues, Jan coordinates the tapestry panel production. She is also with us online and will be available for Q&A. The last speaker for today's session, for this session in particular, is going to be Anwar Majlouf Isa, who is a Chilean lawyer of Palestinian origin. He studied law at the Alfredo Abanes University, where he also received a minor in political science. Majlouf studied Arabic language at the University of Jordan and has diplomas in Arabic and Islamic culture from the Center for Arab Studies of the Faculty of Philosophy and Humanities and current problems of civil responsibility by the Faculty of Law from the University of Chile. Majlouf Issa worked as executive director of the Palestinian community of Chile, where in this capacity he worked in Chile and Latin America, and planned advocacy work with Chilean authorities. Makhlouf. Oh, very interesting. Okay, that's good. That's right. J is pronounced as Kha in Spanish. So I'm very happy to have all of the panelists for today. We're going to be talking about culture, the media, education, and charity, and all of their contributions to Palestine liberation and resistance. So without further ado, let us start the video, please. Thank you. Videoyu başlatabiliriz. Teşekkürler.
هان بيطلع دخان، ومن هان بيطلع دخان، ومن تل الهواء بيطلع دخان، ومن الشمال بيطلع دخان، وشرق غزة دخان. الحياة يومتها صارت جهنم.
فيش تفاصيل مبينة، فيش إشي، كل الشاشة عندي بيضاء. وبديت أدخل في الكاميرا تبعتي وأنا بسجل، بينت التفاصيل على شهداء على الأرض، على ناس مستشهدة، ناس مصابة، أطفال ونسوان، كله كان مستهدف. فيش حدا ما كانش مستهدف في الغارة اللي صارت على قطاع غزة.
صرنا نجري مع الناس مش عارفين ايش نسوي. صرت بدي سيارة اجي على المكتب ما فيش سيارات، كله بيجري، اللي معاه مصاب واللي خايف على اهله واللي صرت اتصل على اهلي اطمن انهم هم بخير، فيش اتصالات.
السلام عليكم.
Peace be upon you. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
After you seeing, the coverage of Palestinians for especially the first war, 2008, where you see some of the pictures. There is more footage which is really exclusive footage, haven't been seen in all the television station. But the main things for me to talk about, I was hesitant to talk about my past or to talk about journalism or to talk about Ramadan. But if we decide to show the vision of liberation, our vision of liberation, maybe my vision of liberation, this is why I choose to show some part of what we can do as Palestinians, as Arabs, even as Muslims and the third world, what we are lacking in the media. In general, we're dealing with the media as, I don't know, in general, it's like individual work, especially television, which is not true at all. Television is industry. Media is industry. It's collective work. It's not because you are brilliant. You can be a brilliant writer, but you can be genius poet. But not in television, not in media, not in picture. Picture is industry. How to make it? Every picture you have seen, there is driver, there is car, there is camera, there is sound man, cameraman, producer. To get to the office, there is editor, there is satellite uplink engineer, there is a space, and to carry these pictures. It's not important to take the picture, but how to get it out, the consumer, to be effective. You can take millions of pictures, but if you don't have the tools to take it to the viewers, it doesn't make anything. Like, for example, now, maybe there is plenty of cameras in Palestine. I mean, thousands of cameras taking pictures. Now, we're talking about period, there is no, in that time, smartphone, there is no internet, there is nothing. So you have to go back to analog time to understand what I'm talking about. If we manage to deal with the media as industry, which is the first step that we can build a route for us to cover ourselves. Is one of the slogans which always I thought, maybe you saw some of it, I thought, the student, which is, they become the cameraman and the satellite uplink engineer and sound man, all of them are from the refugee camps, or even some of them that are ex-prisoners. They have no, at all, even high school education, which is the ones they cover throughout Ramadan. I don't think there is anyone have BA. All of them under Tawjihi, except, some of the producers like me, And always the importance who own the media, who own this industry. The one who own this industry, the one who decide about the policy, the editing for this. Our problem, who own the media in the Arab world? Who own now the media in Palestine? Then you can see if there is real coverage for what's happening in the ground and for whom they are helping. For example, when this shooting, this is why nobody was expecting war. Saturday, 11 o'clock in the morning, so nobody thinking there will be war in that time. As you see the producer talking that we are going to do some, story, we call it TV story about graffiti, and the war started. And so that's all of these cameras was spread to do a news story. Of course, they switch to do now news coverage. So all of them, they have pictures from the ground for what's happening. I was in Cairo in that time. So they called me what to do with the pictures, to whom we give it. So Al Jazeera was calling, CNN was calling, the office, everybody was calling. They want the pictures. Now, they expected that we have the picture because they are our clients in Ramadan. What to do with it? So I was thinking, and I have to give them answer as editor-in-chief. So I tell them, put Ramadan logo and put it in the air. One of them, the director of the office in Gaza, he said in Arabic, "Fallasna." In that time, of course, if you want to sell the pictures, as we do our business, you don't put your logo. So CNN can take it as claiming theirs, and they can buy it, Jazeera can buy it, everybody can buy it, but if you put your logo, everybody will take it, it's open in the air, but no revenue. They understand that. And this is where the owner, I am not the only owner of Ramadan, but I am the general manager. I have to take the decision. So I took the decision because I think it is time. My crews, they're almost in very dangerous situation. And so the credit, they should take it. Why I will give it to Al Jazeera and to put exclusive in it, and for CNN to put exclusive in it. This is the work of Palestinian journalists who willing to sacrifice their life for the footage, not for money, for the footage. They're working 24 hours in that time. You spend 23 days. There was live pictures from our building to all over the world. Tell me when, you can talk a lot, but tell me when I...
We'll have more of an opportunity to address the subject during the Q&A as well.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is going to be online. He's Dr. Mazen Umsia. Are you with us, Dr. Mazen? Can you hear us? Can you hear me? We see him on the small prompter. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Very good. We can see you, and I believe we can hear you. So,
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for hosting this, and thanks for doing this book. Actually, I was reading some of the other articles in the book recently and reflecting on them, and I find that it's very motivational for me personally, even to have been participant in this project. What I wrote in the chapter that I did was related to my own background and how I ended up where I'm ending up, and a bit of reflection on life and what it means, and why, as Samah Jabr also said in her chapter, that basically activism for us is a form of therapy, if you want, in a situation that's very, very difficult. My own background, just for the record, I was born in the Shepherd's Field here in near Bethlehem, where, according to biblical traditions, shepherds heard the angels sing, went up to Bethlehem where Jesus was born. And my ancestors were those first Christians, if you want, who spread the message of Jesus. And what's this message? This message is a message of, in a way, resistance to evil and doing it with loving kindness to other people. In other words, yes, Jesus turned the tables on the money changers in the temple. He challenged the bad deeds of other people, and he prayed and worked with poor people and needy people. And this tradition, if you want, was taught to me by my mother, who is now 91 years old, and I have breakfast with her every morning. And she, when I was very young, she used to take me, for example, to see and help some people who were living in a cave, who later I found out were refugees from 1948 era. I got my education in biology and medical genetics. I finished in the US. And then I traveled around the US and worked in a few universities in the US, University of Tennessee, Duke, and Yale universities. And what I had hoped to do, and still hope to do more of, is to think of where I can be most effective helping leave a better world than we inherited, unfortunately, due to many factors: colonialism, imperialism, Zionism, greed, and consumerism that's rampant in this world. When I did biology, and why I did biology is because I loved nature. I loved Palestinian nature. My uncle, who was the first Palestinian zoologist, used to take me with him to the field and observe nature. And this is how I learned to love nature and love Palestinian nature in particular, which is part of the Fertile Crescent, where humans first developed agriculture and domesticated plants and animals. And Palestine, as you know, was before 1948, was multi-ethnic, multicultural, multi-religious, and even multilingual society. There were 44 languages spoken in Palestine before 1948. Of course, things changed because of Zionism and the idea of creation of a Jewish state in Palestine destroyed this human diversity, but it also destroyed biodiversity. And this is a big motivation for me to try and restore some of this, restore biodiversity, restore human diversity, protect people and nature in Palestine. I have always been, as a biologist, interested in experiments and experimentation, and that also goes on social issues. So I have always explored what's the best way for us to do activism, what's the best way for us to do this and do that. And I evolved my thinking and I evolved my activism, not changing any of the principles, of course, of what I was aiming for, which is, of course, sustainable human and natural communities in Palestine. So it's not changing any principles, but it is changing tools. So in the US, for example, we had the Wheels of Justice bus tour that moved around the country, spoke at over 1,200 colleges and universities, and spoke at hundreds of high schools and middle schools. I met a lot of people through this because I traveled basically throughout the United States and all 48 contiguous United States. I haven't been to Alaska and Hawaii yet. But anyways, this was a very good experience, and it allowed me to think and to organize the way we do activism. And we started groups like, also Palestine Right to Return Coalition, Al-Auda, and so forth. But then I decided to come back to Palestine in 2007, and I moved here in 2008. Took me a year to get my accent, basically. And I came back to Palestine, and again, trying to experiment what's the best way to help. I joined demonstrations. I was arrested a few times, etc. Again, the best thing was I met a lot of people. Unfortunately, some of those people were later killed by the Israelis. And, for example, my friend Basil Laraj from the village of Al-Walaja, who I interviewed for a book I was working on. I got depressed afterwards and I didn't finish that book. I did finish other books about popular resistance and sharing the land of Canaan and so forth. But I had a book that's in mind that highlights inspiring Palestinian stories, and I was writing about the family of Al-A'raj from Al-Walaja because they had been made refugees in 1948, and then they built a new Al-Walaja basically across the valley from the old Al-Walaja that was ethnically cleansed. And Basil Al-A'raj and his aunt Shireen Al-A'raj were very active in popular resistance, which I was writing about and participating in. And then they, unfortunately, of course, they were harassed a lot, attacked a lot, and eventually Basil Al-A'raj was killed. And he was also a critic of the Palestinian Authority. Palestinian Authority arrested him and jailed him for a while and mistreated him, tortured him. He was killed by the Israelis in Ramallah, very close to the Palestinian Authority headquarters there. Anyways, I lost 19 friends as such, since I came back to Palestine in 2008. I then moved on to try other ways of activism. It's not that I abandoned other strategies or techniques that I was engaged in. It's just that sometimes you have to decide what do you want to spend the majority of your time on. And I had to change some techniques, again, not the overall aim or goal or overall thinking. It's just what techniques to use. So I and my wife decided to create this Palestine Institute for Biodiversity and Sustainability, which is an institute that works mostly with young people and children to try and reconnect them to the land. We have a community garden, we have a botanic garden, we have a small museum of natural history, a small museum of ethnography that shows people our ancestors, Canaanites, and how they lived and how they were living in harmony with nature. this was a direction that the reason I thought it's better to focus on children more is because they are the future, of course, of Palestine, and we really need to ensure they get the opportunities and the resources and liberate their minds. I just a year ago I published a chapter on liberation from mental colonization, and I find that many Palestinians, like many people around the world, are brainwashed into consumerism and into accepting their positions in life rather than revolting or resisting. And we need to inculcate that rebellious spirit, which comes from also things that are very useful in day-to-day life, things like critical thinking, critical reading, etc. Yeah, thank you. Sorry I took a while. I think that's probably enough, and I'm happy to participate in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we're going to be addressing some questions from the audience. Very good. Now let's welcome Dr. Leila Al-Mayarati, please.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. I'm very honored to be here with such a distinguished group of writers and activists, intellectuals, leaders, and others. I'm very grateful to Ilan Pape and to Ramzi Baroud for inviting me to contribute to our vision for liberation, and to Dr. Samuel Arian for bringing us all together here in Istanbul. And I want to particularly thank all of your staff, both at the university and at the center, for all of your hard work. We know how hard it is to put on such an event of such magnitude. So I think we should applaud them all. I am a second-generation Palestinian born and raised in Southern California, the daughter of Dr. Sabri Al-Farah from Khan Yunis and Mary Elizabeth Tippett from Missouri, Mideast and Midwest. Our identity as Palestinians was instilled in me and my four siblings at an early age, with the keen awareness that our father's heart really never truly left Gaza. By profession, I'm an assistant professor of obstetrics and gynecology at a major university in Southern California as a division chief, with a lifetime commitment to service, and have been an activist, as you mentioned with my bio, in the Muslim American community for many years and for the Palestinian cause on a voluntary basis. In that capacity, the events following the terrorist attacks of 9/11 in 2001 galvanized our community into action on multiple fronts. The second Intifada was on fire, with increasing retributive violence against Palestinians, and at the time of what felt like their greatest needs, our avenues as Americans for providing humanitarian assistance and support were blocked by the US government, with the sudden closure of US charities that included freezing their assets, donor money, arresting their staff and board members, and leaving us, the donor community, without any options. Our own rights and civil liberties were being curtailed. As a result, some organizations grew larger to fill the void, like Islamic Relief, PCRNF, NERA, these are American organizations, while new organizations were formed, some of which were successful, others of which would succumb to the same restrictions previously imposed by the US government, resulting in lengthy lawsuits and eventual closure. Kinder USA was born in this milieu and has been through our own challenges, meeting them head on, one after another, inspired by both our beneficiaries and our donors, who all have demonstrated stubborn determination to endure. Our executive director and prior chairperson were arrested and held in solitary confinement in Israeli prisons at the outset of establishing ourselves. We underwent a grand jury investigation in the United States without any due process, based on the unfounded allegation that we were funding terrorists. We were subjected to FBI harassment in our homes, at the airport, to the sudden refusal of banks to accept our accounts or to transfer money. There was libelous slander against me personally in a book accusing us of supporting terrorists. And there was interference from both Israeli and Palestinian authorities for our work on the ground in Gaza and more. But we still continue to provide our small contribution to making a difference. As you heard, Kinder USA stands for Kids in Need of Development, Education, and Relief. We were intentional about using USA after our name. This was controversial at the time, in the early 2000s, because we felt that it was important for others to know that there are Americans who cared very deeply about the people of Palestine. This is a small-scale organization, which is why we're surprised at the efforts both of the government as well as anti-Palestinian groups to attack us with such ferocity. But that just demonstrates that any effort to enable Palestinians to survive and thrive is considered a threat, no matter how small. But there is always the larger question of whether humanitarian assistance was and is doing more harm than good in achieving the ultimate goals of justice, freedom, equality for the Palestinians, as articulated by Dr. Hada yesterday, and ultimately the end of the occupation. Humanitarian aid is an industry, as we know, and it is a problem in and of itself, and can be perceived negatively as charity, which implies a sense of helplessness or victimization on the part of the recipient, and reinforces a power dynamic between the giver and the receiver. On my first trip to Palestine on behalf of Kinder USA in 2002, I observed this mainly in response to the World Food Program food distributions, which included dry goods like lentils and rice, canned meat, which I had never even heard of, other items, olive oil from Italy or Greece, and not a single item of fresh produce, so it couldn't be nutritious. They had the most horrible tasting biscuits, some of you may recall those, I don't remember what they named them, supposedly packed full of vitamins and nutrients that you couldn't chew or swallow even if you soaked them in a cup of tea for 2 days. It was obvious that no one had consulted with the local population not only about what they wanted, but what they themselves could actually contribute. And it could only be seen as a handout, and that we saw people later on selling to others. All of this in the rich agricultural region of Palestine. I was told Palestinian olive oil was too expensive, so my response to that was, and? We knew then that our work had to include the local farmers whose produce was forced to rot at the border as the Israelis restricted the use of the roads out of Gaza, especially after 2005. Gazans could not export their goods to the West Bank and even to Israel itself, but Israel continued to fill the markets and pharmacies and other retail outlets with their products in the occupied territories to take advantage of Palestinians economically. This aspect of the occupation, this part of their economic control, forcing Palestinians to use Israeli products, disabling them from participating themselves in any kind of boycott movement, since they have no other choice, is something that should be addressed further. Promoting economic development and sustainability has been a priority for us for every project. Our efforts in the past were diverted and distracted by the assaults like those that we just witnessed of Israel, requiring us to provide emergency aid for food and other vital necessities. But our focus on retaining the dignity and choice of the people has never wavered. We introduced a voucher system so families could go to a local vendor to purchase uniforms and shoes, for example. People who couldn't get the uniforms and shoes couldn't go to school. We worked with markets and shops, assigning our staff to be present to document when the beneficiaries came there to shop, and thereby supported the local economy. We implemented a hot breakfast program in elementary schools throughout Gaza that was eventually taken over by UNRWA. So our current focus is on pre-K schools under the Ministry of Education, employing women heads of household to prepare and distribute meals. We have a similar project in one of the refugee camps in East Jerusalem. And in Ramadan, we support local farmers by providing seeds and other supplies used to grow and harvest fresh vegetables and fruit that we then purchase from them and distribute to the neediest families. We include a live chicken and eggs as part of the distribution. This is a far cry from the stale biscuits they used to get. In addition, we've implemented other projects such as giving chickens to families as a source of income for selling eggs, for example. Clean water for schools, psychosocial support, tutoring for at-risk children, a music festival in Gaza, Yes Theater in the West Bank are some of our other efforts. Compared to larger organizations, our projects are on a smaller scale, but our innovation has been copied by others, such as the voucher system, which has amplified our work. Still, we wonder sometimes if we should continue asking ourselves, are we contributing to this sense of dependency? As you know, over 80% of Gazans rely on humanitarian aid, and whether we should find other ways to empower our brothers and sisters and work to end the occupation. I believe the efforts should be simultaneous, and has been said, existence is resistance. Starting the day with a full stomach with a nutritious meal will enable a child to focus on her schoolwork, not her hunger. Being educated, a major value of Palestinians, is a form of empowerment, as we all know, and doing our part to ensure the success of children, especially those most marginalized, is a worthwhile effort. In addition to working in Gaza and the West Bank, we have been assisting Palestinian refugees in Lebanon for over a decade. They have their own set of extreme challenges. Having visited Nahr al-Bared camp shortly after its destruction in 2007, I witnessed a level of destruction that was on the scale of that of Rafah of 2002. The degree of poverty, prevention to access to services, and numerous other difficulties in the context of what's happening in Lebanon today is overwhelming. I was just there this past week with our partner, Fingerprints of Change, who reflects the same values I mentioned earlier: self-sufficiency, employing Palestinians themselves from the camps, focusing on the most at-risk kids with extracurricular activities that emphasize cultural identity for boys and girls in the camps, the gatherings, and informal tent settlements. Our work includes their neighbors, who may include refugees from other countries and even impoverished Lebanese whose only place to live is in a refugee camp. The leaders of this organization are Lebanese themselves, with an unbelievable commitment to serving this community. And I would like to share a very short video they prepared that summarizes their work from this past year. And then I will have my final remarks, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I also am getting notices from the translators to please speak a little bit slower so that they have enough time to catch up and be able to translate.
I apologize, but I'm almost finished. I could get it done.
No problem. All right. Thank you so much for that.
I think he's going to show the video now.
Okay, you have the video.
Yeah,
okay.
They have that. Then I just will have some concluding remarks about the future, where to go.
Of course. Can we load the video? Videoyu gösterebilir miyiz lütfen? Doktor Leyla Meriyat Hanım'ın. Tamam.
If not, I will just keep going and maybe at the end. Okay.
Yeah, it's ready.
Participated in a beach cleanup in Saida in the Jal al-Bahr gathering area. Our goal is to help children and their families survive and thrive in the present, looking with an eye towards the future. I know there is a lot of concern, criticism regarding humanitarian aid, and it's reflected in some of the chapters in the book as well. But perhaps we need to envision it and repurpose it as part of a solution that helps strengthen and develop civil society with Palestinians themselves at the lead, identifying the problems and solutions. The areas to address would be to focus on projects that support self-sufficiency, sustainability, stay open-minded, creative, innovative, and flexible, avoid competition. It's a very competitive industry, humanitarian aid for some reason, and redundancy. Everyone is and should be working towards the same goals. Demand transparency and accountability and efficiency, so they serve as role models in this regard. And at some point, we just need to have an honest conversation. Is it better to pool our resources to give to all the larger organization or keep options open with smaller, more agile organizations? Should we abandon this effort altogether and focus our energy elsewhere? This is a difficult conversation, but we are a people who are not afraid of conflict, not afraid of anything. So let us engage together on such an important subject. And in the meantime, we will continue to do our best to support these families and their children and to make today seem more bearable and add to that sense of hope and faith in what could be possible for them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that great contribution. I look forward to the Q&A. Our fourth speaker, Ms. Jan Chalmers, is going to be speaking on a very interesting subject through the eyes of a needle, stitching the Palestinian history of resistance and sumud. Without further ado, she is online with us. Ms. Jan, can you hear us? Okay.
Hello, yes, I can hear you. And I believe you are very kindly going to show a video which I submitted.
Yes.
Palestinian History Tapestry Project is indebted to Ramzi Baroud and Ilan Pape for their invitation to contribute a chapter about the tapestry to the impressive book, Our Vision for Liberation. My brief presentation of the Palestinian History Tapestry Project today is being made on behalf of myself and the two chairs of the project, Jahan Al-Farah in London and Ibrahim Al-Muqtadi in Gaza. I wish to thank Professor Sami Al-Arian for the invitation to talk about our project. And finally, it is a pleasure to be speaking on the same platform as Professor Mazem Kumseya, one of our project's patrons. I became involved in the Palestinian History Tapestry in 2011. Between 2002 and 2011, I had been involved in the creation of a 122-metre-long Keiskamma history tapestry, which was stitched by village women living in poverty on the Eastern Cape of South Africa. That tapestry is on permanent display in the Parliament House in Cape Town and illustrates 300 years of history leading to the end of apartheid in South Africa. On completion of the Keiskamma history tapestry, it occurred to me that Palestine had a story to tell. I had worked for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, as a nurse in Jabalia refugee camp during 1969 and 70. I was familiar with Palestinian embroidery. In 2011, I proposed to Palestinian and British friends and colleagues that a Palestinian history tapestry should be considered with three primary aims: to record an insufficiently appreciated history of Palestine and Palestinians, to extend the traditional craft of Palestinian needlewomen to illustrate this history, and to generate income for Palestinian needlewomen and their families. This proposal led Palestinians and others to work together to establish and develop a Palestinian History Tapestry project. Many have been involved in sustaining the project, but only embroiderers and some of the designers have received payment for their contributions. Palestinian embroiderers are among the most accomplished embroiderers anywhere, and their work is enjoyed, bought, and used all over the world. Their embroidery has survived during the 74 years of Zionist colonization and oppression. In the past, Palestinian embroiderers have mainly used geometric designs to decorate clothing and other items. Although some of these traditional designs have been used in parts of the Palestinian history tapestry, for example, as seen here, providing a border for this ancient Philistine image, the tapestry encourages a further development of Palestinian embroidery. It shows how the creativity and imagination of Palestinian designers and embroiderers has been used to represent the complicated illustrative imagery required for a history tapestry. Over 50 embroiderers in 5 areas, the Gaza Strip, Jordan, the Nakab, Lebanon, and the West Bank, have stitched 100 panels for the tapestry, which is currently over 70 meters long. In each of these areas, there is a Palestinian field coordinator who works with the designers and embroiderers and links with the steering group. Payment for the embroidery is negotiated between the field coordinator and the embroiderer, and a fee is settled and paid. The project is funded by charitable donations, talks, exhibitions and sales of Palestinian embroidery. Widespread involvement in the Palestinian History Tapestry project is an expression of teamwork among Palestinians across Palestine and the diaspora. It draws attention not only to Palestinian history and heritage, but also to the internationally declared right of Palestinians to return to their homes. The Palestinian History Tapestry currently consists of over 100 embroidered panels extending from Wall Jericho through time to the present day, illustrated, for example, by panels such as the Roman Aqueduct, Salah ad-Din entering Jerusalem, Napoleon's failure at Acre, the Arab revolt against British administration, checkpoints for Palestinians introduced by Israelis in the 1990s, and Homeless Family, Gaza Assault 2008. The tapestry illustrated those who have lived in the land called Palestine and what they have left behind. The Palestinian women involved in creating the tapestry were asked for their comments about the project and about the images they had stitched. Their comments were heartwarming. For example, they said, "I'm pleased to tell our story and the story of the land of Palestine. We have embarked on a new way of expressing our artistic capabilities. Despite the Palestinian diaspora, we have come to know each other through this work. This work is unifying collaboration." And one of them said, "It's amazing how each woman's special touch and unique character is reflected in the finished panels." Those visiting exhibitions of the tapestry have told us that they have found the story moving and that it has stimulated interest amongst those who were previously unfamiliar with the situation of the Palestinian people. It has attracted people interested in Palestine as a disputed land. Those who have visited the Tapestry Project website have left many messages of encouragement and support. The first phase of the project was completed in 2018. Formal launch events coincided with the 70th anniversary of the Nakba, the catastrophe, the ethnic cleansing of Palestine. This resulted in the forced removal of 750,000 Palestinians from their homes and villages to refugee camps to facilitate the creation of the State of Israel. The tapestry was launched in London with the support of Hussam Zumlot, the Palestinian ambassador to the United Kingdom. The launch day, 11th of December 2018, was the day on which, in 1948, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 194, which resolves that refugees wishing to return to their homes and live at peace with their neighbours should be permitted to do so at the earliest practicable date, and that compensation should be paid for property of those choosing not to. Each of the 100 embroidered panels measures 59 centimetres high, with variable widths ranging from 34 centimetres, the Hellenistic rooster, to 158 centimetres, an orange harvest in Jaffa. The tapestry has stirred the interest of many who were formerly unaware of the history of Palestine. It reminds people that Palestine was not a land without people, as asserted by many Zionists. Especially during the early 20th century, Palestine thrived and Palestinians flourished under Ottoman rule. The Palestinian History Tapestry is a living entity, but it is currently in store, but has been exhibited from time to time in the UK. The project steering group and the volunteers do not have the finances or the contacts needed to send it out into the world to deliver its message. It needs champions who understand its aims and objectives and who will see that it is kept safe, on display, and that it delivers its message. The Palestinian Nakba and narrative continue, as does the tapestry. The Palestinian leadership of the project is planning the embroidery of new and important panels to carry on the story. This work continues to bring the diaspora of Palestinians together, provides reassurance to the Palestinian designers, embroiderers and their families that they are not forgotten, and helps to strengthen Samud and resistance.
On this land, it deserves to be lived. On this earth, on this ground, it deserves to be lived on. And this is the smell of the bread in the morning, and also women's next to the men's and our writings. The first love. It was like many things that we understood, and then mothers also they joined, and the fear of the enemies on this earth. It deserves to be lived on. And the end of September, there is a lady. She's 40 years old. She was in a prison, and there is a cloud. There is also banners of people who they go up to liberate their countries, and the fear of the suppressor on this earth. It's deserved to be lived. On this earth, what's deserved to be lived, there is a lady, the mother of all, the mother of the end, the mother of the beginning, and she called, and now they called her Palestine, and used to be called Palestine. You lady, I'm honored to live because you are my lady, because you are Palestine. طبعا هذا
poem and video. Thank you so much, Ms. Jan Chalmers, for that presentation. All right, our final speaker for this particular session is Anwar Makhlouf Isa. He is going to be speaking on the subject titled No Future Without Memory, Deportivo Palestino and the Story of Palestinians in Chile.
Hi to everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this important conference. My name is Anwar Makhlouf. I am a third generation of a Palestinian family who came to Chile in 1906. So my family came to Chile when Palestine was under the Turkish Ottoman rule. From my father's house, my family arrived, as I said, in 1906, and from my mother's side, my family arrived in the middle of the 30s. My grandfather arrived to Bolivia. From both sides came from a little town in Palestine, Bejala. It is in the Bethlehem area. And now, with the Palestinian community in Chile, it estimated on 500,000 of Palestinians, of Chilean Palestinians. So the mass expulsion of the Palestinian and the complete destruction of hundreds of Palestinian towns and villages set the stage for a prolonged exile, or we can say it, shatat. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinian refugees sought shelter in neighboring countries. Others crossed continents, settling in Europe, the United States, and of course Latin America. So the Palestinian community of Chile is part and parcel of this Palestinian diaspora, which is still, unfortunately, ongoing. Our community here is fully integrated into Chilean society at all levels, including the economy, sports, and politics. So such communal triumph, if we can call it like this, however, was a result of countless hardships and struggles that deserve to be documented for the sake of future generations. Every migratory process is grounded in its own historical context, and thus has its own unintended consequences. That in mind, Palestinians in Chile represent a success story of integration and preservation of identity. If I were a member of any other group of people, maybe my contribution here would be of less significance. But like all Palestinians, we are forced relentlessly affirm and reaffirm our existence as a people and culture. The mantra created to justify Zionist colonialism of Palestine, that Palestine was a land without people for a people without a land, was deliberately designed to cancel our own existence as Palestinians, thus depriving us of our legitimate rights. This led Palestinians, writer Rashad Abu Shawir, to conclude that the Palestinian question is not merely a problem of borders, but an existential problem. So, since existence is not a passive act, it has to be fueled through an active memory. I do question myself, especially if the inquirer is a Palestinian, do I truly feel Palestinian? Am I Chilean of Palestinian origins, of a Palestinian who was born in Chile? Of course, there are no easy answers, but what I know is this. I am indeed a Chilean of Palestinian origin, but when I am in a Palestinian context, I truly feel a Palestinian who was born in Chile. Possibly the reason behind the seeming inconsistencies is the fact that Palestinian exiles remains an open wound. Our Shatat is still unresolved. When I speak of exile, I'm not only speaking of the Nakba of 1948, but the harrowing journeys that preceded the Nakba as well. Nowadays, hardly anyone in the Palestinian community speaks Arabic, though every family preserves elements of Palestinian tradition, especially food. When Palestinians from other parts of the world come to Chile, they are impressed by our Palestinian cuisine. They often say that it was as if time had stood still. Indeed, certain elements of the Palestinian identity from the early 20th century were passed from generation to generation as if they were frozen in time. In Santiago, my family opened a factory in the heart of Barrio Patronato in the Recoleta area, where the majority of Palestinians in Chile has settled. Barrio Patronato became the Palestinian community's little Bethlehem, and it was mostly populated by immigrants from the Palestinian towns of Bethlehem, Beit Jala, and Beit Sahur. With the concentration of Palestinian community there, the early migrants managed to emulate Palestine's own social system, patriarchal, with a strong social network that is predicated on extended families. This system proved critical to the survival of the Palestinian community, especially as they were the victims of discrimination, which was common in Chile in the time. The Palestinians were referred as the Turks. Speaking Arabic, along with any other language, with the exception of German, was frowned upon in the Spanish-speaking country. The Palestinians of Chile quickly fortified their presence by establishing various community organizations and institutions, starting with the first Orthodox Christian church, St. George, in the same town of Recoleta in Patronato. Other institutions were, for example, Club Palestino, Arab clubs throughout almost all the cities of Chile, as well as the pride and joy of the Palestinian community in Chile until this day, Club Deportivo Palestino, the football club. The football club, of course, wearing jerseys with Palestinian colors and symbols, and is currently playing in the first division, Chile's top Primera División. Although many of these institutions have gradually lost part of their identity as a result of cultural assimilation, some are being revitalized by the youth who are seeking to reclaim their identity, especially at the rapport with their brethren in Palestine is being constantly strengthened. One of the greatest displays of Palestinian identity in Chile is linked to the Club Deportivo Palestino, founded in 1920, the most iconic representation of institutionalized Palestinian presence in Chile. Every weekend, thousands of football fans gather at the Palestino Stadium. Quite often, Palestino is viewed as the second Palestinian national team. The club does not hide its Palestinian identity, of course. On the contrary, it displays it proudly. 100 years later, we can say with much confidence that this football club has helped unite the Palestinian community in Chile and has been a major platform in integrating in integrating Palestinians to the larger Chilean society without ever losing sight of its Palestinian identity, our Palestinian identity. The strong connection between the club and Palestine was one of the main reasons behind its establishment, as envisioned by the founders 100 years ago. The founders wanted Palestino to keep the Palestinian identity alive in Chile. The Nakba, the catastrophic destruction of the Palestinian homeland in 1948, was the reason why the leaders of the Palestinian community in Chile decided to turn the club into a professional football team, which continues to be the case to this day. Club Deportivo Palestino was founded in 1920. That is 28 years before the very creation of the State of Israel on the ruins of historic Palestine. This is why Deportivo Palestino is not an ordinary football team. It is a witness to history and to the durability of Palestinian culture and to the Palestinian people as a whole. It also represents a model of how sports can be platform for resistance and a generator of solidarity. While Palestinians at home are often prevented, if not punished, from raising Palestinian flags, in Chile we raise it every Sunday during our games. Being the largest Palestinian community outside the Middle East, and certainly the largest in South America, we have a critical mission that must continue to fulfill. Our work in Chile focuses on two major fronts. First, keeping the Palestinian identity alive in our new generations and continuing our advocacy of the Palestinian cause. It must be said that the role of the Palestinian community in Chile goes far beyond the numerous activities surrounding the Club Deportivo Palestino. Indeed, the football club is merely one of many Palestinian social, cultural, charitable, and political institutions that were created in Chile over the years. Our aim is to constantly attempt to balance out the natural cultural assimilation of Palestinian and Chilean society by maintaining strong ties with the Palestinians' homeland. This particular objective is more urgent now than ever as Israel relentlessly attempts to erase Palestinian history, culture, and identity. For us here in Chile, the mission is not carried out at random, but it is part of a centralized strategic plan. Though many thousands of miles away, here in Chile, we believe that Palestinians are one, whether in Jerusalem, Nazareth, Gaza, Beit Jala, Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, or Santiago. Those of us who are based outside Palestine are entrusted with the compounded responsibility to serve as ambassadors for the Palestinian cause, wherever we are in the world. Like Palestinians at home, we too believe the significance of the unity of our people. We are eager to see the reactivation of the central role of the PLO, for example, that offers Palestinian communities in diaspora like ours a direct political platform, so that we may play a role, for example, in shaping the Palestinian discourse and be part of a large strategic plan that aims at ending the Israeli occupation, ensuring the right of return for Palestinian refugees, and achieving full equal rights of citizenship to Palestinians, whether in the occupied territories or in Palestine in 1948. Of course, I can be talking about our Palestinian community hours, but I just wanted to summarize uh, uh, through the Palestinian football team how we have created our own Palestinian homeland here in Chile. So thank you very much for your attention and all the best for all of you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank once again all the panelists for their great contribution. Today we've covered very interesting topics, from starting a news agency to biodiversity to various charitable contributions, embroidery in tapestry, and football, among other things, as a form of resistance and recognition, and I would say definitely a path forward, utilizing all of these different means to have justice served for the Palestinian people. So we'd like to engage all of you in the audience with your questions, if you have any. We're going to have microphones, as I understand, passed around. If there's anybody who would like to get us started, you're most welcome to stand and identify yourself and offer your question. Yes. There's a lady right here. We're going to have 30 minutes for this Q&A, and hopefully we'll have questions directed towards all the panelists. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you. Ilham Al-Hakim. I'm a journalist, Palestinian journalist. In the beginning, I would like to thank all the supporters of this event and also the supporters to this event. And I realize so many diversity, sports, culture, literature, and in addition to the humanitarian issues. And the support is very clear to our families in the invaded lands, in addition to Lebanon. Here I lived in Turkey about a year ago. I came from Syria, and of course I'm very new. That when I integrated in our society, I noticed so many families they are under the poverty line, and they cannot really support them. There are so many humanitarian organizations they can support. So this see if it was like materialistic or food or anything, but to help with those youth, at least to have a small project for them, to help those poor people. And thank you so much for your integration. Thank you.
To summarize, for those who do not understand Arabic, she was referencing vocational training programs because she's noticed a great deal of Palestinians who are below the poverty line, and she was encouraging, especially for the youth, vocational training so that they can earn a living and have certain skills. She did not address a specific question to a specific panelist, but I think maybe Dr. Leila, since you're in this, since you're helping a lot of families, have you come across this kind of opportunity to assist in vocational training in particular?
Yes, thank you. We definitely, in one of the projects we were working on in Ain al-Helwa camp, the school that we were supporting was specifically training boys around the age of 14, 15 to get vocational training to become electricians, carpenters, to develop skills. As I mentioned, the focus was on kids who were either just not successful in school or couldn't stay in school, and therefore didn't have a path like to university where other children might be. And so this was a very important project. It should be done on a much larger scale, as you suggest, because it does give them opportunities but not only to develop a skill, to be proud of what they can do, and to also earn a living. So I agree that that would be a very important area for people to invest in, to support when we look at opportunities for what humanitarian agencies can do, especially on a larger scale.
Absolutely. Yes, Dr. Sami.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all our speakers. This is a question for everybody concerning what challenges do you see in your own field of work, whether it's media, charity, culture, or biodiversity, particularly Mazen inside the occupied territories, and also the media in general, whether inside or outside. What challenges do you see in your work that you think that we need to be aware of, those who are outside need to be aware of, particularly when it comes to the media and how the media is being controlled? You alluded to it in your speech, but maybe you want to elaborate on, and also for Laila, considering, coming from a country that has been targeting charity, particularly if it's, of Palestinians and Muslims. The Holy Land Foundation is one example where people who actually devoted their life for Palestinian children and Palestinian charities, and yet they were tried and sentenced to 65 years. Even if they were tried in the Zionist state, they would not get that kind of thing. So what kind of challenges do you see, and how do you overcome this as you have experienced it? And also the same for Jan. I mean, what kind of challenges do you see also in your line of work, and same for Mazen?
If you can address first, Qasim.
It's a very difficult question. I think the situation concerning the media in Palestine, and all, we'll put it in the Palestinian media. I think as we failed in politics, we failed in media. And we didn't understand in the media what we need, not media for political parties, not media for Fatah, for Jihad, for BFLB, for the authority. We need media to represent Palestinian people, Palestinian cause. We need media not to reach Jabalia camp and Rafah camp and Jenin camp. We need media to reach the Arab world, the Muslim world, the international world. That's what we need. But unfortunately, we did the opposite in the media. All our investment in media went to the wrong direction. I think in the media we are worse than 30 years ago. We went back to be controlled by biased international media. When I'm talking about a news agency, it is the industry of news gathering, which reach outside the border of Palestine. This is what we didn't absolutely invest. What we had, I talked a lot about, not a lot about Ramadan. It was attempt to try to create independent Palestinian pictures with the eyes of Palestinians, directed not to the Palestinians. I don't care, Palestinians, you don't need to sympathize with me, I need the world to understand my cause, to be supported for me. We are not reaching that at all. Then we talk about sometimes, of course, media need money, need investment. Now, according to my knowledge, because I'm really specialized in television, not a newspaper, I'm not writer, I'm not good even in writing, but television, that's why I spent 30 years in my life with the picture. We spend, as Palestinians, you will be shocked about hundreds of millions of dollars every month for media, and we are not reaching even Al Arish or Amman, because we create the media as political tools, which this is, to reach the Palestinian to be sided for us, as like we called it al-istiqtab in political terms. Like we are Jihad al-Islami, what they do, they did channel for Jihad Islami. Hamas did 2 channels, I'm talking here accurate numbers, 2 channels for Hamas. Fatah, I don't know, maybe 7 now or 10 television channels, you know, represent Fatah. And everybody concerned about their agenda, not about their national agenda. So that we are really losing. Now we want to the situation like, okay, if I want to look at what's happening in Gaza right now, I switch to Al Jazeera. Ask every Palestinian, or to Al Mayadeen, for example, if you are leftist background, you will check the money. You don't check Palestinian television or Al-Aqsa television or Al-Quds television, all of them good names, and or Palestine al-Yawm. It have nothing to do with Palestine if we're talking about media. This is why we're losing in concerning the media. I think what we need as Palestinians, we need national media, Palestinian media. With this is maybe it's good chance, like we have, you know, people from all over the world as Palestinians. It's not difficult to do it, but you need the decision. You don't need hundreds of millions of dollars to do it. We did Ramadan with $200,000. It was half camera when we started, and just renting office. And we made money by them. It's not, we are not, we refuse any money from anybody, from US or all European. We are making money every time because we're selling service and we doing it myself. You don't have to spend money in the media. But what we are doing as Palestinians, exactly like the Arab regimes. We're doing television channels to spend money. And television is very expensive. And this is what we invest in. We need, I don't know. And if you need 2 things, I think the most important things, the television and news agency. That's where we manufacture the news and we export it. We are the factory of the news. Gaza is the factory of the news. Jenin is the factory of the news. But we give the factory to Reuters and ABTN, the international one. So we are not even selling our own raw materials. It's like you have oil. We have the oil. That's the main things we have the news. But we let the other to do it, or we do it for, as you know, like television channels, which I'm talking about, which belong to political party. They do it for their own political interests, not for the national cause. And this is why I think we are losing concerning the media. I'll give you just example. 2008, it was Ramadan. This is what the last war, and then Ramadan is gone. 2008, it have been covered by Ramadan, which is Palestinian. It's company registered in Gaza, and the capital from Gaza, and all of that. If you remember, you go back, you look all the television station in the world, from CNN, from BBC, from Turkish channel, because we have agreement with a lot of, in that time, with the Turkish channels. We have partnership even with IHA, Ikhlas, and News Agency. Everybody was taking the same pictures. You see it in that time, Obama say the picture from Gaza, from Ramadan, and the farmer in the village of Turkey or South Africa saying the same picture. If we manage to go back to create TV news agency, we can supply the world with pictures with the eye of Palestinians. I worked in the first Intifada as, you know, as a producer. Used to be all the cameramans, there was Israelis. The first thing when they cross to Gaza, they're looking for camels to take the pictures for camels or picture for donkey, which at that time is difficult to find. But this is the opening shot every day for Reuters. In that time, it's not Reuters and ABC. It was Vision News and WTN. That's the opening shot. This is how. But if you are the cameraman, maybe the camera objective, but no pictures is objective. The pictures reflect the cameraman, how you see it. I can make you very important by taking the picture, or I can put you down. So the cameraman and who's owning the camera. That's what I'm talking. We need to think about how to create Palestinian independent media. And I don't believe, I don't mean in media with the NGO media. I don't believe with the government media. We need to invest in the media, even with a small amount of money, but getting together. This is why it's collective work to make what we need. Television channels, we need it's also addressed for the world, not for us, in different languages and television. If we manage to go there, to collect, to invest in the media, Palestinian capital is the most coward capital in the world. I tried with them, all of them, all what you know, the rich Palestinians, which they have hundreds of millions of dollars, they were not willing to invest $1 million like the others. They are cheap. In concerning the media. Not aware, they are aware, but they don't want to invest in the media. And you see, and then we left it for the political organization which they are fighting together. That challenge is very difficult. Maybe it's most like, sorry for a sensitive subject, but that's what we are facing.
It is absolutely.
Sorry, you need a lot of time.
No problem, thank you. Dr. Sami had addressed the question to all of you. So if we can get your remarks, perhaps Jan and Mazen, if you can have a brief commentary as well to that question, the challenges that you're facing in your work.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that one. The first big challenge that we had was to get the groups of women together to form a project, to form the embroidery groups, because of the way that Palestinians are spread around. And that challenge was answered by meeting people here in Oxford who were attending the Gaza Scholarship, and they began to set up their groups when they went home after they successfully completed their masters. But one of the biggest problems and challenges is finding people to be interested in it, finding people who, embroidery is not at the top of everybody's agenda. There's so much more going on in and around Palestine that needs attention and needs money and needs concern. And so Palestine, embroidery is not at the top of everybody's agenda. But it's not so much the embroidery as the message that this embroidery is giving. And we need it needs to come home. The Palestine History Tapestry needs to go home. It needs to go to Palestine. It belongs in Palestine somewhere. And that brings another challenge. It's safety. How safe will it be? Basically, that's the biggest issue that we have right now. Finding a home. The biggest challenge is finding a home and finding somewhere where it is safe.
Very good point.
I mean, I'll try to be very brief.
Yes.
My background is medical genetics, and I say it's important to make the right diagnosis before you offer therapy. The diagnosis here is settler colonialism, and settler colonialism by nature involves a struggle between the colonial settlers and the native indigenous people who want to survive on their land and who the colonizers don't want there. So there's two sides to this equation. The challenge in resolving this, in ending colonial settler situations, either a la the resolution that happened in Algeria, or a la the resolution that happened in the US or Australia, which is genocide of the natives, or a la the resolution that happened throughout the rest of the world, which is coexistence of descendants of colonized and colonizers in one country. Whichever of those three scenarios you push for, advocate for, what is the challenge to the native people? I presume your question is not the challenge to the occupiers. A challenge to the native people, of course, is the colonizers, oppressors, and their machinations and their abilities, etc. That's challenge number one. And the other challenge, which is the other side of the coin, is basically the weakness of the colonized, oppressed people and their inability to defend themselves in an efficient and effective way, and having poor leadership, etc. For me, actually, both challenges are tough to deal with in the situation of Palestine, but they were tough to deal with in the situation of South Africa or Native Americans or any other colonial, anti-colonial struggle. I do want to say a few words about the second challenge, which is the weakness of the indigenous community and their leadership, and that is an area where I wrote some significant amount of literature on, including on mental colonization and the leadership issues in Palestine, and why we have such weak leaders and such supine leaders, if you want. I think that's something that's beyond the time frame of answering such a question, but people can consult my writing or email me, and I will send them texts about these matters. I discussed it also in my book, Popular Resistance in Palestine, History of Hope and Empowerment, where I discussed the challenge to resistance. Thanks.
Thank you. Mental colonization, yes. Very interesting indeed. Dr. Leila, if you have a comment.
Yeah, I mean, there are many challenges, as you can imagine. And in the beginning, as we watched people get arrested and these...
We can't hear here.
Okay. What that created was an atmosphere of fear and intimidation on the part of the community. You may recall when we started, people were afraid to donate. They wanted to give cash only because they didn't want their donations to be traced to an organization that could later be accused of supporting terrorism. We are a Muslim organization, so if you're Muslim supporting Palestinian, that was enough to bring on all kinds of suspicion and harassment. And one of the challenges was also finding people who had the courage to do the work and put their name on as a board member, for example, to be affiliated with an organization, because you can't function without that. People would say, if you decide you're not Muslim, then we can join you. If you take this out, then we'll join you. But at one point, when we were under the grand jury investigation, we told people to stop giving because we didn't want people to give and the government would freeze their money and their so they'd make a donation and it's then stuck in the bank, and they wouldn't release that money. They later gave it to a family that was filing a lawsuit against Hamas, if you recall, all the Boehm family, all the money that had been frozen by these from Muslim charities was now going to be released in that way. So we told people to stop giving. The likes of Daniel Pipes wrote that we had voluntarily closed our doors because we admitted to supporting terrorism, which we did not. A year later, we sent one letter to our donors saying, this grand jury is finally over. Obviously, we haven't done anything wrong. And people started giving again. But that was a huge moment. But other organizations, I think, just either abandoned referring to themselves as Muslim. Even the larger one, even Islamic Relief, has had issues with providing direct services. So they go through UNRWA because of that. So it's a constant challenge, but there is this overarching fear. It's not as strong now as it was back then, like you said, because of what was happening. But it still takes courage to actually do anything on behalf of Palestinians. I'm very discouraged to hear you say, there's so much wealth and money in our communities, in the diaspora especially, that could finance a media operation, that could support and fund a lot of these different projects. Appealing to them to contribute in whatever way. Like I said, it's not a competition. This doesn't benefit me personally in any way. In fact, it's been actually very difficult. That's, I think, one of the hardships. How do we get the rest of the community who has wealth and has means and has privilege to do more on any level that we're talking about in terms of activism and support? So I think those are just first things that come to my mind.
Yes, absolutely. Those are very difficult challenges, I think. Thank you so much. We, I believe, are out of time. One more question. Okay, let's take one last question. If you can please make it brief because we have another session that's starting soon.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. And a very good evening. Thank you, Professor Sami, for bringing all these scholars together here and giving us an opportunity to listen to them. Otherwise, individually, it's not possible for us. Madam Moderator, if you allow me before the question, a brief comment. I come from Kashmir, and in, Malik al-Shahbaz, the great Malcolm X, had a reason to say media is the most powerful entity on the earth. I leave the other part. In 2016, when a mass uprising happened in Indian-occupied Kashmir, it longed for 6 months. As a news reporter, I had the opportunity to report in detail the happenings since July 8 until December that year. And in Feb of 2017, a report from India's Interior Ministry came out. It brought a lot of attention to Kashmir, this uprising. So the Indian Interior Ministry tells its government, the government of India, that if you intend to control the Kashmir narrative around the world, control 3 M's: madrasa, masjid, and media. So Shaheed Malcolm X was very much right about saying that how important it is regarding the most powerful entity, the media. And since then, what we have seen in Kashmir is complete regression in media. They criminalized journalists, filed cases against them. 3 of them are right now in jail, just for this reason that they would tell the story of Kashmiris to the outer world and maybe hold India accountable for its crimes. Being a news reporter myself, the challenge, I would say 2 things, is there is a lot of capacity issues among us. One is that, which has been ignored, the trainings. Of course, the second is the resources. And now the question. That is, leaving aside the mainstream media, how we saw New York Times, how it framed the first and the second intifada as aggression against Israel. And then we saw boom in social media, the alternate media. Now recently there has been a takeover of Twitter by Elon Musk. How do you see this and what are the expectations? Thank you.
Okay, if we can just, social media, yeah. If you can just offer a comment on the gentleman's question in 1 minute, that would be great.
I think social media is, I know it is controlled from the big guys and all over, but still have given it chances for oppressed people to use it. Which I'm talking in the big mainstream, you need a lot of investment. But with the social media, it becomes so much easier how much they can control, but you can do it if they are aware, we are aware of how to reach out for the people. I think it will help, but it will not be replacing the real media. There's still a lot of, doubts about social media. But we need, as people have a cause, to go also to invest in how to create and to address the mainstream media, how our pictures is going to be there to all over the world, not just with the social media. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're out of time. We'd like to thank all of our panelists again for your great contribution. We're just going to, Dr. Sami.
Thank you. I just want to let everybody know that tomorrow afternoon, all the speakers will be here, so you can ask questions. So there will be a full session, just questions, and hopefully answers. All right, I want to thank everybody. I want to thank this really distinguished panel. I mean, we really saw a part of the struggle of liberation that usually is not mentioned when we talk about in the context of resistance, but I think there are very important contributions to every and each one of these situations. I just want to acknowledge everybody. We have small mementos, if I can have the first one. Dr. Lai.
Welcome back, everybody. We are resuming to the last session for today. The last panel will be moderated by Dr. Nagihan Haliloğlu. Is a lecturer in comparative literature at Ibn Haldun University in Istanbul. Over to you, Doctor.
Can you tell me how to? It'll come just, okay. Welcome. Welcome to our speakers. And thank you for coming to the session. The theme of the session is liberation, resistance, politics, and empowerment. Each speaker will speak, and then we'll have the questions at the end. Before that, I want to introduce everyone. So first, we'll have Ms. Hanin Azabi. She's a political activist from Nazareth. And then we'll have Mr. Awad Abdel Fattah, NGO president from Haifa. And then we'll have Professor Ilan Pape from University of Exeter. And then, of course, Sabahattin Zaim's very own Sami Al-Aryan. He'll be speaking last. So Ms. Hanin's presentation is going to be on In Pursuit of the Normal, Palestinian Citizenship within the Zionist colonial framework. Thank you, and I will let you know after 5 minutes.
اوكي. مساء الخير للجميع.
Hello, everyone. I will actually speak in Arabic and very slow, so the translation will be much better. I would like to thank Dr. Sami Al-Aryan, Sega, to organize this event, and especially that the book, A Vision of Liberation. And I would like to thank Mr. Ramzi Baroud on the subject of, it's a very important subject, and also the hub and the subject of that liberation issue, because this is the main important issue that can privilege the stage and that they understand, that think after 70 years, and also the issue of Palestine in the concept of liberation. And this is actually the achievement of resistance. The first comment, the book, and it's talking about the personal issues, and also on individual resistance, and that is it has something very unique, very robust, very strong, and also has something that it's a power dot to focus on individual activities, and also that there is a group activities that not exist, and also the leadership, that the resistance of that thing there, and this is a no.
على أن المنظار لفهم القضية الفلسطينية.
And also the rights of Palestinians, and it's like, this is a project, it's a collective project, it's also that supposed to take into consideration. The other comment that I would like to, I'm going to talk that what is the liberations on individuals, and also especially by the Palestinian people, and that Israel did not kick them out and they gave them citizenship. So this is not actually understand that we can call it the concept of liberation. We are part of the, colonialism, under colonialism resistance. And also, if we are, vote for the Knesset, and also Israel, they are the one who are controlling the politics. How can we liberate from that? This is the questions, and we have 8 minutes. And the second question is the essence of liberations in this part of Palestinian people inside. What are the main, issues that can help liberations? This part of Palestinian people, it's not been asked to be liberated. We are not take the concept to come to the 1.5 million they have citizenship of Israel and how they can integrate it into liberation. If they ask us, they didn't ask us for liberation. They asked us to stay there only. Even the discourse towards Palestinians inside is the discourse of resistance, of resilience, of, to stay there. And even the general public discourse did not clarify what kind of staying. Maybe we stay with Israel. Maybe we stay, we are maimed. Maybe we stay there and we are injured. Maybe this is the resilience or the resistance of the concepts of the Palestinian people. It's controlling us until now, that you are resistance until today. So we need a jump. We need one step ahead so we can transform from the, staying as a staying and go to one step up to liberation. To change that, and we've been marginalized, and also, of course, we've been they took us out, and we are now staying on the marginalized side, the nationally, and maybe we are even integrated part even before Oslo conventions. But Oslo came to us and removed us, and also they treated us injustice. I have 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes, yes. So to talk about history in a fast way, to reach the liberation, we have to understand the three concepts, from staying to the national negative issue, and to the national positive issue. That's the negative one. It's that we have to talk about the group of people living under Israel, and to protect the national ID, and to strengthen that ID, and to talk about equality, and also to fight discriminations, and also you have to get equality. You have to protect your ID and feel you are part of the Palestinian people, and protect the entity of this national situation. This is negative issue, because there is a distance between us to protect this national issue and to ask for freedom and equality that was from the 60s and 70s and 80s and even 90s. Even Oslo, we cannot talk about this national negative issue, that it's not actually challenging to build a country, to build a state, and nothing that's similar to that issue of liberation. And it doesn't represent the individual, or the that Israel took it into consideration as a kind of sustainability. In the social science, somebody says that why we came out from the liberation concept, because the liberation was the mission of Arabs even before PLO. It wasn't Palestinian issue. It wasn't like Palestinian have that banner. It was the Arab banner, the Arab issues, and the Arab military should come and liberate Palestine. And then this be transferred into PLO organizations, and then that is what's happened. So this citizenship, negative citizenships, that the political action, and in the Nakba, the Intifada at that time, we went out, from the reality that so many people being, displaced, and what we left in Palestine are only farmers, and our land, it's been confiscated. It's been took from our hand by Israelis. So we have to talk about 15% of the, 15, that the destruction of the houses, destruction of cities, and our lands has been stolen, and we became workers, work for a very cheap rate with the Israeli economy. So we are the people that this issue of citizenship, it was the mechanisms of rights. This is citizenship. It was a mechanism of Israeli strategy to control us. And if the military controlled the whole land and stolen the whole lands, we have also that. So it's like they took our lands by law, and the occupiers, they are taking our land by law, destroying our homes by law, and they destroyed us and destroyed the identity of the Palestinian people by their law, by the Israeli law. And even like universities being destroyed. To be an Israeli Arabs or Arab belong to Israel. So destroy the citizenship, destroy the identity. It's worse than what happened in the West Bank since 1967. I don't have time here, but in brief, we developed a policy, a national policy. The PLO, it was away from us, and so what we did is we started to, reconnected ourselves to the reality. So we protect our nationality. It was negative, but that Oslo, actually, when it came, Oslo Convention, within the citizenships, politic of citizenship, I'm not talking about movement. They just protect the Palestinian situation, the people of the land, and also I'm talking about the political parties, that their activities within the political context, Israeli context. After Oslo, it's been transformed from the negative national, to the challenging nationality. So here we have this concept. When we get out from this negative nationality, so I can protect my nationalities, and we go into the fragment national issues, decolonization. So we are getting closer to the concept of liberation. And I am the daughter of a party that have the concept rejecting the Jewish state. This rejection is the first step toward liberation. This is what I alleged. This is my alleged. This is what I say. So the first thing, that connecting between negativity, to stay negative, and to liberate yourself, is the decolonization, to never give any legitimacy to a Jewish state, and also to have. So it's like decolonization. In our case, are citizens, and this is the strategic power that we are alleging. So Israel cannot say that the people who are resisting in Gaza and in West Bank and Quds, they are terrorists. And they say also changing the international law. it's very difficult to rejecting or alleging or saying that Israel is a state that the colony with citizenship. This is actually very hard on Israel to say they are terrorists. So it's impossible for the citizenship that to be a liberation concept. There are many researchers says if you want to be conflict within the politics of citizenship, we will be lost and will be living within the system. So to follow the practice inside Israel, they're saying the opposite. So they say that we are be able to stand and fight against the Israeli regulations and concepts, and also decolonization, fight the decolonizations. This is the liberation concept, and we cannot do that unless if we have to be within this citizenship. We have one thing that can reject that by rejecting the identity, the Israeli identity, and the only way is to stay in that country, and that has one way. It's that they can reject that, and we are all citizens. Either we reject the nationality or I accept it. If I reject it, I will go out of the country. That's mean if I reject it, that's mean I'm contributing to build an alternative nationality. And this new alternative, that's mean we need a state. It's not based on the Jewish concept and principles. We don't give legitimacy to the Jewish states, and there is contradictory between the democracy and the Jewish state. And I would like to say that this liberations, I have 2 minutes, it's on the crossroad. What's happened in Israel in the past 20 years, that Israel and also Israel actually recognized anybody that rejecting the Jewish states and who have the banner of dismantling the Jewish concept from the Israeli states. It's like you are asking for a non-Zionist states. So this decolonization, this is a strategic threat, because you are not asking for more rights. This is against, the reality of justice. So the Palestinian discourse saying that you are fighting against discrimination, this is the expanding of nationality and citizenship. This is not decolonization. Anything we do, this is not even Pakistanis in UK, they ask for their citizenship. Many people, they are demanding citizenship around the world. We are rejecting to recognizing that the Zionist project, and our way to reject that is to deal with the citizenship, and we ask with an alternative citizenship. This is not liberal project. If it was a liberal project in citizenship, otherwise it's not going to be decolonizations. You finished, I think. Just wait for me, please, a few seconds. How many minutes did I? Okay, now, so the condition of liberation is to have an alternative citizenship. This is what we could do. But this is a power, not easy power. This is the most difficult demanded by Israel. They are not saying Hamas. It's not an armed, resistance. It's not stones. We are just saying this is not legitimized citizenships, and we are the witness. And Israel have difficulties for this, alleged. The green light or the green line. It's not like dividing Israel from one side and Israel from other side. We are witness that Israel cannot be transformed transformed into natural entity, because the problem is the Zionist project and the political issues. It's not only political of claims, it's a political claims of liberations. What happened in the latest year, all the last elections you're going to ask me about, so I will talk about things that I couldn't say. What happened in the last 20 years, that Israel going to clarify things. That's mean that everything going to the rightist, 3% and 3% of the rightist, it was the place of decision making. In about 2013, from the rightist in the area of decision making in Knesset, in media and other places. The rightist, they are taking Israel into new place. So this new place is have to understand what are the essence of liberations. So what happened in Israel is the colony states against the essence and the basic of the people who built that country. So they will have this colonizations. It's not like to have, will be successful, that this country of Israel, the elite of Israel, they are the one who, making the decision. This is to clarify everything. And also you have to pay attention. What is the power here? The power is not only a threat to Israel, Palestinian. This is also a threat and risk against the Israeli people too. Israel should reply. How many Jewish live in United States and the world? They are in the small corner, and also there is no actually there is no democracy, there is no clarifications. Everything will be end. So liberation should be clarified, and Israel should recognize themselves that they are a colony. And you asked yesterday about New Zealand and Canada, and if they are a colony state. The difference is that this project should renew itself always. I'm not going to close that. In the United States, they close the circles and they start anew, and they want to give citizens. And they actually victory. They prevailed that to in Israel. The problem is they did not prevail and victorious because they are not only become a risk on Palestinian people. They want to be an evil around the world. That's mean they are providing military weapons, and so Israel is become a risk on the whole world. And Israel and Palestinians should actually use this point. We are not red Indians or American Indians. We have a political issue, and the terminology of sovereignty is the citizenship of liberation, talking about sovereignty. And the last sentence here, the difference between equality, it's not only that I think I asking for, this is the one I give. So the equality before decolonization, that I ask an equality from Israel, just like any other parties, political party. So equality that I'm asking, talking about, that I am to dismantle the states, and I am the owner of the sovereignty and the country. I, trying to give my opinion to the colony entity. And the colony is that we tell them, and actually the process, what is the concept of the decolonizations of citizenship or any one country? That's when I am dismantled at the end of the project of the colony, and after dismantling and decolonizations, and maybe you can continue, so you have to leave. That's we are going to call them and tell them they have to leave.
to hear Haneen in the Q&A, inshallah. Now we move on to Mr. Awad Abdel Fattah, and his paper is going to be From Sham Citizenship to Liberation Discourse, the One Secular Democratic State Campaign. Thank you.
I focused my presentation mainly on the vision of one democratic state. But I changed my opinion now, and I thought that I need to say as briefly as possible, to talk as briefly as possible about the background or the reasons behind my choice of the title of my piece. And then I will go back to the written presentation if I have time, and delve more into the vision, the questions that are posed by this vision. From citizenship to liberation discourse, and I would say it's even the title is longer, from liberation discourse to citizenship, and then to back to liberation discourse, to anti-apartheid movement. In my piece, I talked about my political and intellectual journey or a transition from one thought to another, or one movement to another. And I would begin with saying that I belonged to a political movement called Abna al-Balad, the Sons of the Country. It was established in 1972. Its main platform was secular democratic state in all of Palestine. It was affiliated with the PLO platform, the original platform, and it was established for the purpose to respond to the Israeli policy of submerging our Palestinian identity, and to distinguish itself from the Israeli Communist Party, which advocated equality or two-state solutions without specifying what equality means in a Jewish state. So the movement was not as strong as the Communist Party, but it gained power and attraction among the Palestinian students in the Israeli universities. And when the Palestinian Liberation Organization signed Oslo Accords, or even before that, in fact, we started rethinking our strategy. But after Oslo, we thought that we should make a shift in our thinking and create a different political movement that can contend with the new challenges. We needed really a new thinking to cope with these challenges and give solution. That is because we were very aware of the complicated situation under which we live. Palestinians in Israel are living in a unique situation. I don't think that any minority in the world has a similar situation. And therefore, we have to be creative, because when we were in Abna al-Balad, we were young activists. We were not maybe mature enough to think at the beginning of how can we respond, or how can we cope with a part of the Palestinian people living under colonial citizenship. But that is, we are living in a state that declares itself as a Jewish state, but at the same time is in a war with our people. And you are not considered a Palestinian by the Israelis. You are considered an Israeli Arab. And I remember when I was first arrested and beaten up by the Shabak, the Secret Service, the Israeli Secret Service, and the question was, why do you work in a Palestinian paper? That was Jerusalem-based newspaper, which was licensed, but because I am from 1948, then they thought that I shouldn't work there, and they gave me a permit not to enter the West Bank and Gaza Strip, so that to harass me, and they continued harassing me. So, and the interrogator would tell me, and I was shocked, you are a traitor. You are betraying the state of Israel. You are an Israeli Arab citizen. Why are you working for this newspaper? I told them, this is a licensed newspaper. So, you know, suddenly you realize that it's not easy to consider yourselves a Palestinians in a Jewish state. So, okay, as when the PLO signed the Oslo Accord, it was a shock for us, for Abna al-Balad, because we were considered to be part of the Palestinian national movement. And we called for one state. We adopted the anti-colonial struggle, the liberation struggle, and suddenly there is a huge shift by the leadership of your people, by the legitimate Palestinian leadership. So then we have to think, then we changed from the liberation discourse, the anti-colonial struggle that is to combat Israel from outside as part of the Palestinian national movement, into a strategy to confront Zionism from within. How we did that? We thought that we should change our platform. Instead of we want to dismantle Israel and openly and establish a Palestinian state on its place, we thought that we should focus on citizenship. That is to take citizenship seriously and turn citizenship as a way of confronting or challenging the Jewish character of the state, because they consider us citizens. So, okay, if we are citizens, then we need equality. We need full equality. We were not naive. We were not naive to believe that Israel would give us equality, because Israel is a Jewish state. It is a state for the Jews in Israel and the Jews for the world. So, and this is the structure, because equality is a structure, as you know. It's not discrimination against certain people. It is racist. It's the apartheid regime. Sure. So we built a party from different groups, and under the slogan of equal citizenship and national identity. That is to stress our national identity, as Abna al-Balad did before, that we are Palestinians, not Israeli Arabs, and at the same time that we need equality, full equality. That requires the dismantling of the Jewish character of the state, or the Jewish system, the apartheid system. That the party evolved, expanded, built branches in more than 50 townships, and it became really, it's posed a challenge to the state of Israel. The party has been persecuted, harassed, and its leader, Azmi Bishara, was brought to trial several times, accusing the party that we don't recognize the right of the Jews to have a state of their own. But they don't have a legal base to discredit our party. But we were under pressure, under threat, under incitement campaign, extensive incitement campaign all the time. But by this confrontation, in fact, we managed to crystallize a broad popular base and become a national movement inside the Green Line. But what happened later is that when Israel continued to go ahead with its repressive policies and finally adopted the so-called nation-state law, which considers that Palestine is an exclusive right to the Jews, I myself thought, I came to the conclusion that there is no need to stay in the Knesset. There is no need to continue to adhere to to reinvent Israel into a democratic state, because Israel has blocked or sealed the way before us, because no equality, no Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, and no return to the refugees. So we should think again. We have to go, because Israel imposed an apartheid. Important international reports have been issued accusing or labeling Israel as an apartheid state. Then we have to go back to the liberation struggle, to the anti-colonial struggle, and to become part of the Palestinian national movement that is being built from below. I believe that the Palestinian national project that was destroyed by the current leadership of the Palestinian people is being built from below through grassroots activism and through intellectual endeavor to rewrite the Palestinian project. 5, okay, so I will read now. Okay. Over the last decade, and even more so recently, we have been witnessing a new phase of Palestinian struggle and the new consciousness in the making, one that is focused on the unity of Palestine and the Palestinian people as a single geographic and political unit. It is amazing and highly inspirational to see the Palestinian people, and especially the younger generation, act courageously against all odds, despite the defeatist climate that surrounds them, and defy the colonial fragmentation that is a central pillar of the Zionist Hitler colonial regime's policy of domination. Okay. We don't, you give me more minutes. These remarkable and inspiring movements, which we see in major cities throughout the West Bank and in other parts of Palestine, were preceded by intellectual and cultural endeavors by critical academics and activists aiming to redefine the Palestinian national project and reframe the conflict as a colonial conflict between colonizer and colonized. Indeed, the disintegration of the formal political sphere has allowed those working within the cultural space to assume a greater responsibility and reclaim the historical and cultural unity of the Palestinian people. These major developments pose a number of big questions that are still begging for definite answers. For example, can these initiatives bring about the desired transformation in the trajectory of the Palestinian struggle to confront the colonial regime and its agents? What is the vision needed to successfully unify the Palestinian people? Is it a vision that specifies an alternative political solution, such as the one democratic state as the end game, or alternatively a vision that focuses on a united struggle under the slogan of liberating Palestine, or a combination of the two? What is the best resistance strategy? One that prioritizes civil and popular resistance, or armed resistance, or both? Which forces are best qualified to lead, with a shrewd calculation of the cost involved, and which social forces will form a hotbed to ensure the sustainability and momentum of the movement, and act as a shield for the developing future mobilizations? Naturally, the ever-evolving, remarkable grassroots mobilizations we have seen have been driven by a sense of deep frustration with the Oslo team and have been continuously nurtured by the ever-expanding Zionist Hitler colonial project and its growing list of crimes and atrocities. The grassroots activism of the past decade, which has now turned into a wider confrontation in the whole of Palestine, as in the 2021 May uprising, and the most recent acts of popular and armed resistance in Jenin, Nablus, Jerusalem, and elsewhere, have confirmed the enormous potential that lies within the Palestinian people and its determined will to change the colonial reality in which it lives and achieve freedom. Over these past years, a massive body of literature on the various alternatives has been produced by critical academics, self-educated activists, former leaders, and research centers. There have also been organized brainstorming sessions and conferences that have resulted in the creation of forums and movements both inside and outside of Palestine, which call for the restoration of the Palestinian national project, for liberation and return, or for a single democratic state in all of Palestine. This literature is of high educational significance, and I myself, as someone who is not a political scholar, but rather a person who has spent most of my adult life as a political activist with little time to read, reflect, and write, I'm indebted to its producers or writers for enriching my knowledge and improving my thinking and practice. As the debate taking place between critical intellectuals and activists over the most effective alternatives has progressed and gained momentum, two major approaches have taken shape. The proponents of each approach claim to have the best or most effective means through which to unify the Palestinian people. The first approach aims to replace the two paradigm with a one-state solution based on either the binational model or the liberal democratic model with unitary citizenship. The second approach, it distances itself from models to focus on devising a strategy of resistance to the settler colonial regime, one that can unify the Palestinian people in the entirety of Palestine and the diaspora. I myself among those who advocate for the idea of putting forth a clear vision and a political program that addresses all aspects of the Palestinian cause. The return of the refugees, the dismantling of the settler colonial apartheid regime, and the privileges granted to Jews, and for its replacement with an egalitarian democratic entity. Unlike the partition paradigm, which divided the Palestinian people and removed the Palestinians in Israel and their relatives in exile from the definition of the Palestinian people and denying them the right to self-determination, the one-state solution restores the main sources of Palestinian strength, the most important of which are national unity and the justness of the united cause, and positions the Palestinian question as a colonial case that has to be resolved. The one-state solution addresses the rights of all the Palestinian people, the refugees, the Palestinians of Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip, and the 1948 Palestinians, and engages them all in a coordinated struggle based on the possibilities and the distinctive conditions that pertain among each constituency. Furthermore, the one democratic state solution as proposed is not a deviation from the so-called consensus around statehood in the 1967 occupied territories, but rather a restoration and continuation of the original legacy of the Palestinian national movement before and after the Nakba. At the international level, and in particular among civil society, the one-state solution has moral weight that can play a crucial role in mobilizing additional supporters for the global solidarity campaign and challenge biased and hypocritical Western governments and their pundits who claim to support liberal democracy and the human values. The single state is not a proposal for negotiations with the apartheid regime, but a resistance project. We in the One Democratic State campaign, which we launched in 2018, believe that it can be achieved only through resistance. That is popular resistance in Palestine and the global civil resistance in the form of BDS aimed at isolating the Zionist regime. Though the campaign advocates for non-violent resistance, we also acknowledge the difficult living conditions under a brutal and extremely violent apartheid regime that motivate Palestinian individuals and groups in the 1967 occupied territories to resort to other forms of struggle, something that is permitted by the UN. How can we achieve the one democratic state? I will skip paragraphs and the last paragraph, quoted from Dr. Sami Aryan's piece. I found the vision articulated in the important piece contributed by Dr. Sami Aryan and the proposed strategy to be promising. It is well articulated and defined, and it fulfills the major requirements for a grand strategy that has not only local or regional dimensions, but also global and universal ones. The rationale behind our One Democratic State campaign fits well into his vision. Our struggle for a single democratic state is a long one, and it will require persistence, open-mindedness, long-term thinking, great wisdom, and high-level skills in communication and organization. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to repeat my thanks from the opening session to Dr. Sami Al-Aryan, the SIGA team, the University of Zaim for having us. I think that not many people realize that the annual Palestine conference in SIGA is the only one of the two annual academic conferences on Palestine that occur in the world. There is one in Doha that hopefully will have the second annual Palestine conference if they survive the Mondial. But SIGA is taking over as the first academic annual conferences on Palestine. Amazing if you think about it. 74 years of struggle since the Nakba, and only in this university we have a proper annual conference, academic conference of Palestine. I distinguish between political conferences that are all over the place. And it's only after you delve as an historian into the way the Zionist movement was cleverly understanding something the Palestinians did not understand, that it is highly important to create the impression that your ideological claims are scientifically valid. They invested endless resources. They built a whole academia and a whole network of academia in the West to make sure that the scholarly output would show that Zionism can be scientifically proved to be right, not morally, not politically, but academically. And Palestinian academics took some time to understand the importance of this. And I think that's one of the reasons we're so lagging behind with academic conferences. And this also tells you something about the role of students in the future and what they should understand that they are doing as part of the struggle for liberation and the vision for liberation. When I wrote my own piece in our book on the history of the solidarity movement with the Palestinians, I also realized how frustrating this kind of activity can be for both sides, for those who are involved in the solidarity and those who are in the receiving end, who are supposed to get the solidarity. And you understand the frustration when you meet especially young people on both sides, that is, young members of the solidarity movement and young Palestinians. Young members of the solidarity movement would say to you, you know, we are already active 2 years and nothing is changing. And you tell them, I'm active 50 years and nothing is changing. So please be patient, al-sabr min Allah. And then you meet young Palestinians in a Jenin refugee camp, and rightly they would say to you, Ilan, beautiful stories you have about the BDS and how the civil society in the world is now on Palestine's side like never before. We don't see any impact on this change on the ground. And you have to say to them, you are absolutely right, but there are changes. Believe us, there are changes. Things are changing. And it is a message of hope, but I fully realize that that message of hope so far is irrelevant to your oppressive situation. So I think that is something that is important to realize. The solidarity movement was never very successful in all its years of existence as far as politics from above was concerned. The fact that I know the names of all the senior politicians in the West who ever supported the Palestinian cause since 1948 is a testimony to how poorly we are in terms of getting political support from governments and senior politicians in Europe, in the United States. I really know them by heart, believe me. I'm a historian with a very good memory. And nonetheless, I think that I wrote about it and I will continue to write about it. I think they should be recorded, they should be mentioned, because many of them paid with their political career for their support for Palestine. If you think that it's only recently that the Israelis are using the weapon of anti-Semitism against any politician in the West that supports Palestine, you're wrong. From the very beginning, even before the creation of the State of Israel, any senior politician who dared to question the logic of Zionism and later on the legitimacy of the State of Israel or its policies was immediately branded as an anti-Semite, and immediately the Zionist lobby that was already very strong after the Second World War did all it could to destroy their political careers. So there's nothing new there, but definitely this is a story which is not very inspiring, the solidarity movement from above. Of course, a more inspiring story is the civil society. And definitely there we can see a huge change over the years. And again, we should not forget some glorious moments that even were in the past and may have not continued, but they're still worth recording, because in the 1970s, the solidarity with the Palestinian liberation movement was at its peak. And this was translated into the famous United Nations 1975 resolution equating Zionism with racism, when the decolonized world, that by the way was not represented in the United Nations in 1947, that's why the United Nations in 1947 could take an anti-Palestinian resolution, but when it was represented in the United Nations in 1975, there was some rectification by equating Zionism with racism, an initiative by the Afro-Arab bloc in the United Nations. And it's still a history that, I have one PhD student working on it, but it's still a history that has to be written, because the documents are now available, about the American effort from 1975 onwards to make sure that this solidarity would be killed in its buds by intimidation, by economic pressure on African countries, by economic pressure on Asian countries, on a decolonized world. This is a story that I haven't seen written anywhere. And this is very important because it can easily be documented, how the United States made sure that any solidarity in the 1970s and early 1980s would be seen first as pro-communist, namely as a Soviet propaganda, which it was not, and later, of course, as part of the world terror operation against the United States. There is a tendency to say that the civil society, especially in the West, but not only in the West, became more pro-Palestinian because of a series of events, mostly connected with the brutality of Israeli assaults on the Palestinians. First in 1982, then in 1987, then in 2000, and finally the first brutal attack on Gaza in the end of 2008 and the beginning of 2009. But I think that this is only part of the story. And it's important to analyze and unpack. I noted 7, I will do it in telegraphic way, but I noted 7 factors that changed the public opinion in the world about Palestine. And I think it's important to note all these 7 factors because these are also areas of activity in which we can do much more than we have already done. So the first one is the one that I already alluded to, the scholarly revolution, the fact that in so many places now in the Western academia and also in the global academia, when you write a PhD that says that Israel is an apartheid state, you are considered to be a scholar, not a member of the Palestinian propaganda machine. When you say that there was an ethnic cleansing in 1948, you are not a political person. You are a scientific historian who knows the truth and can substantiate your argument, and so on and so forth. The second factor is the alternative media, and we heard a little bit about its deficiencies and its positive side. But undoubtedly, the alternative media enabled us to create an antidote to the fact that the mainstream media, until today, in the West in particular, but not only in the West, refuses to give a genuine space for the Palestinian voice and still behaves as if it can easily be intimidated by the Israeli propaganda machine. The third factor was the idea of the BDS, the boycott, divestment, and sanction. I think that in a moment of confusion for the solidarity movement came a good idea, a very good idea from the Palestinian civil society, how to galvanize the community that is engaged in solidarity with the Palestinian movement and give them something to do which is proactive and has immediate dividends. because you cannot go to one demonstration after the other, to one workshop after the other, and feel like years after years you are saying the same things and you are pointing to the obvious. I think the BDS created a new mode of action that we know from the history of apartheid South Africa. If it ever will succeed in transforming boycott into sanctions, it would even have a more important historical role to play in the liberation of Palestine. Yeah. The fourth point is the fact that the student communities in campuses around the world understood the power of campus activity. It started with the Israeli Apartheid Week in Canada, and it moved to all over the world. And this activity of students in the campus, I think, attracted attention and legitimized, actually, the framing of Israel as an apartheid state long before Amnesty did it, and long before Human Rights Watch did it, or B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights organization, did it. It was very important to hear assertive students talking without any fear about Israel as an apartheid, and kind of repeating the same procedures that their parents used to do in support of against apartheid South Africa. The fifth element is also very important, and this is the fact that the younger Palestinian civil society, and we saw it in May 2021, that the civil society of the Palestinians, whether inside Palestine, whether in the occupied West Bank or the besieged Gaza Strip, or in the refugee camp, the civil society, unlike the political parties or the political elites, was able to act together in one particular inspiring moment in May 2021. I don't think we still realized to the end how important this particular show of unity, and the fact that it was called the Intifada of the Unity, has had on public opinion. I know from traveling around the world, I live practically in an aeroplane, I know that this had a huge impact on public opinion in the world. The sixth point is intersectionality, something new that developed recently. I'll give you just one short example because I don't have much time. The African American community, because of the role of the churches in that community, has prevented from the African American community to play an important role in the solidarity movement with the Palestinians. The younger generation has shedded this old Christian kind of mentality and became much more involved in intersectionality, solidarity with the Palestinians. And this is true about the Hispanic American community, about the First Nations, and other minority groups around the world that, of course, also the scholarly work on settler colonialism helped to create this intersectionality cement. Finally, the last point is the fact that inside Israel, and we saw it in the last election, the Zionist left, the liberal Zionist idea has totally disappeared. It is now in the dark hole of history, and there's no way it's going to get out of it. It's gone. There isn't such a thing anymore, which is called liberal Zionist or left Zionist. This is so important for the solidarity movement because it created confusion. Any one of us who has been involved, as I have, for so many years with solidarity in Europe especially, in America, would know that people would say to you, yes, but you know, there's J Street, and there is Meretz, and there is this liberal Zionist, and you are annoying, we won't invite you because it's much nicer to talk to them, and so on. They are gone. They have nothing to say, they have nothing to sell, and this is the clarity, and I think also Hanin talked about it, is so important for us. Finally, the next three, I think, and with this I would end, the next three targets, as I can see it, for the solidarity movement are the following. One is obvious, and I already talked about it. We still need to find a way to make sure that I don't know the names of all the politicians who support the Palestinians in the world. It would be a great day when I would say to you, there are too many, I cannot enumerate them. That would be wonderful. The second point is to move the solidarity movement gravity from America, from the West to the non-Western world. I mean, you keep walking on eggshells in America and Europe because of the manipulation of the Holocaust memory, because of the weaponization of anti-Semitism. Talk about Palestine in Brazil, talk about Palestine in Argentina, talk about Palestine in Malaysia, talk about Palestine in Indonesia. You don't have to walk on eggshells. You don't have to be afraid of these manipulation. I'm talking to you as someone who lost most of his family in the Holocaust. What they are doing with the Holocaust definition is really a shameful act of abusing the Holocaust memory, not in protecting it. Now, the third and final, I think it's time also for some of us in the solidarity movement to take some lessons of what solidarity means. I think because of fragmentation in the Palestinian side, because of political dissent, some people in the solidarity movement thought that their role is to lead the Palestinian into liberation. Every solidarity movement has funny travelers with them. The Palestinians have the most funny fellow travelers. Anyone who's talked in the small town in America to the local Palestine Solidarity Committee would know what I'm talking about. That we have some very funny and very nice and weird people who support us. But there's a lot of great citizens of the world who support us, and I think they also have to rethink and understand that the dissent, the political discussion within the Palestinian polity about the future is not their concern, that they are not there to advise the Palestinians how to fight and what to fight for. Solidarity is a proper understanding that you are on the right side of history because you are support anti-colonialism, anti-racism, and this too are the best antidotes for anyone who would accuse you of anti-Semitism. How can you be an anti-Semite if you are against racism, if you are against colonialism, if you are against ethnic cleansing? And I think that would give the solidarity movement a clear understanding that what you are doing is to listen to those who need you rather than to tell them what to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Nagihan, and thank you for my colleagues for their presentations. This is the last presentation of today, so I'll try to be brief, even though it's a bit difficult to be brief on this topic. When I got the call or the email from Ramzi, I was very excited because it's something that I have been thinking about for a long time. And I've laid out a vision that I've been working on. My problem was that it was way over in terms of number of words. So I had negotiated with him 8,000 words, even though it was over 16. But when I submitted it, I got a response back, this is not what I wanted. I wanted you to be in the story. So I had to rewrite it and insert how I got to that point, what informed my beliefs, my values, my vision. So there's a lot of course, there's that in every piece, which I appreciated because it wanted also to bring the human side of this. So this piece was written twice. I had also participated before in another book called Being Palestinian, which was edited by Professor Yasser Suleiman from Cambridge University, in which I talked what it means to be Palestinian, basically, which means, if I had to describe myself, it would be somebody, if I had to write memoirs, it would be like no land's man. And I was born in Kuwait, lived there 7 years, then I have to leave because I was Palestinian. I lived in Egypt 9 years, and then I had to leave because I was Palestinian. I was denied education. Then I went to America, and I lived there for 40 years, and I still had to leave because I was Palestinian. Now I'm in Turkey, and hopefully I don't have to leave, but this is part of our story. You're denied not only your presence and existence, not only your history and reality and therefore the future, but you're denied in everything. So my piece had to deal with many, many questions, many, I would say, existential questions about the essence of the conflict, about the philosophical and epistemological background that is needed, not only to understand the conflict, but to move forward. So I talk in the piece about the things that impacted me growing up as Palestinian in the diaspora. I talked about the role of Islam not just as a religious experience, but also as a movement towards social change, towards understanding the world. And I make a comparison between a paradigm where it sees two endpoints of man and universe, and a paradigm where God is also a third index in this, and how political power is understood within these two frameworks. I don't have time to go over this, but I just wanted to bring this as a point of reference, as background. And then I talk about I trace back my understanding of the historical evolution of the Palestinian problem. You know, all the way, obviously, from the start of the conflict, that this, in fact, and this is not news for the people who are here, that Zionism is not, there was not eternal problem between Muslims and Jews. This is not, and I believe that wholeheartedly, it's not a religious conflict. It's not a religious conflict from the standpoint that Muslims or Islam is not trying to negate Judaism. It actually recognizes Judaism from the very start. And therefore, my colleagues, and I had this problem before, you know, my colleagues who would like to turn it into religious conflict, I totally oppose them. This is how the Zionist movement wants to present it, as a religious conflict. The other side may see it as a religious conflict. We should not see it as a religious conflict. This is a conflict about aggression, about imperialism, about a settler colonialist supremacist movement that wanted to change the demographics of a particular country, replace one people with another. So I talk about that, and then I talk about how I saw or how I evaluate and assess the 1948 and the 1967 and 1982 conflicts. One had to do with regimes which have been historically allied with the West, talking about liberal values. They were defeated, replaced by revolutionary leftist ones. They were defeated in '67. The rise of the National Palestinian Movement, which had to be evacuated, and basically the momentum was taken out of it in '82. And I talked about some of the writings and publications that were taking place at the time, and how, at a young age, a very small group of people were talking about the centrality of Palestine in the struggle, and how that brought me lots of grief. And to me, the centrality of the Palestine, because we have now this again, say, why do we have to distinguish Palestine? You know, look at the suffering of the Syrians, of the Yemenis, of the Iraqis, of the Libyans, of the Afghans. And I keep telling them that the centrality of the Palestinian question has nothing to do actually with Palestinians. It has to do with the nature of the enemy, of the nature of the other, of the Zionist movement that is trying to impose its hegemonic vision on the whole area. The Zionist movement cannot survive without having an environment, a geopolitical reality of fragmentation, of weakness. They cannot allow this area to progress, because if this area is united, or if this area is scientifically advanced, and they see this as existential threat. That's why they target every country. They make sure that every ethnic minority is empowered, and preferably having a state. And I have a lot of these examples which I don't have time to go over. And the other thing is the Zionism as a movement is really a product of the European experience. It has nothing to do with our part of the world. And I talk about that also in the piece. In other words, Zionism is a movement that came out of the racism that existed in the 19th century and beyond. I mean, and this, what they call the Jews of Christendom versus the Jews of Islam, are two different experiences. And therefore, I argue that part of the struggle, not just to regain Palestinian rights, but also to save Judaism. Because Zionism hijacked Judaism. And it's ironic that those who are fighting Zionism today, in essence, they are saving Judaism as a great prophetic and religious tradition that, if left to Zionism, will be decimated, completely decimated. So that's a byproduct of the struggle. I also talk about the one state, two state, all these political projects. And I say, and I argue why this is not viable. Because it does not address the crux of the matter. And the crux of the matter is that the presence of a Zionist movement is a danger and threat, not only to the Palestinians, but also to the whole area, and I believe to the whole world. And then I argue in the paper also that my analysis leads me to believe that there are 12 imperatives that sustain the presence and the existence of the Zionist state. And therefore, in order to understand how to deal with it, we have to understand these 12 imperatives. Now, part of these imperatives, maybe 2 or 3, Palestinians can make an impact. But the others, they really cannot control or have a real impact. Therefore, this mirage that somehow the Palestinians on their own can deal with Israel, I believe, is mistaken. Therefore, I argue that we need a much broader movement to deal with it. Now, the essence of what is the final or the grand strategy, what is the real objective here? And I said it shouldn't be a political project. It should be more of a movement to dismantle the Zionist state, to de-Zionize Palestine. That shifts completely the argument of what this is about. Those who argue for a one state, two state, and they go through, they are really in the Zionist camp without realizing it. They are working within the Zionist understanding of where this should be. Should Israel be 78%? Should it be 55% of the 1949 or 48, 47? Should it be, exchange? I argue that this is all waste of time. What the struggle should be about, what the ultimate objective should be, to dismantle Zionism, to dismantle the Zionist institutions and its manifestations. Some people would say, this is very difficult. What are you talking about? We cannot even reach one state. And I said, every struggle is difficult. Every struggle has its own challenges. But this is what is going to address the root of the problem. And therefore, I argue in the piece that to do this, we need to establish a solidarity movement that will go beyond what we see simply. So it has to involve governments, it will involve civil society organizations, parties, movements, individuals, what have you. There will be a role for everyone, unlike what exists today. What exists today, people look from afar, this is a Palestinian problem, we'll just give some charity to the Palestinians or let them, or hope that they can do this or that, or maybe even do it militarily, which it's a very small part of the problem. I argue, 5 minutes left? All right, I'll try to be brief. So I argue that this is going to be the establishment of an international movement that will address this idea of dismantling Zionism on all spheres, politically, socially, economically, diplomatically, academically, culturally, sport, media, courts. Every aspect needs to be involved. And this is great because right now people feel that they give a little bit of support, maybe financial support, but they're not part of a movement. Part of a movement different. It's, you know. And then I say there are two missions. Two missions. One is to make sure we support the presence of Palestinians in Palestine, because without them there is no cause. So that takes a lot of efforts to make sure that they stay and that they're not melted and they're not driven away. And the second is to engage the Zionist movement in all spheres, everywhere, geographically, everywhere they exist on all spheres. That engagement is what's going to weaken them. Now, I didn't have time or space to talk about the 12 imperatives. I hope someone's going to ask me so I can't list them. But they exist in a whole, on SIGA website, on SIGA YouTube, I have a whole lecture about these 12 imperatives. So the idea or the vision says that if we deal with these, we need to come up with tactics and strategies and deal with them. Think of a building with 12 columns, and you start hitting these columns, eventually that building would collapse. And that's how we can dismantle Zionism. The Soviet Union, it took about, what, 40 plus years to be dismantled on its own because of the pressure that it had to face from Americans and from America and its allies in that, during the period of the Cold War. What I'm saying is that this is doable. It just needs to take determination. First of all, it needs to take vision, then determination and willpower, and then action. When we combine, we have a consensus of vision, consensus of will, consensus of action, you can reach that goal. I hope people get, and I'll try to, with permission from the editors, you know, perhaps to take that chapter, expand on it, and publish it so that people could see that this is not something that is pie in the sky, that this is something that could actually be doable. And the beauty about it, that any person could be part of that struggle. Any person could choose which part they want to be involved in. It involves people in the East, people in the West, people in Palestine, people outside Palestine. It's a global movement and global vision that eventually is going to get the Zionists to think deeply about where they're going to take that project. But finally, let me just say that I also talk about this. It's going to take stages. One of these stages, we're going to have a different geopolitical realities. We had it very briefly in 2012, 2013, but this is going to come back again. We also have huge contradictions within the Zionist state. These contradictions, along with the geopolitical changes, along with this working to impact the 12 imperatives, I believe eventually will collapse the Zionist state. Thanks.
Okay, now you can hear me. Yeah, we have about 20 minutes for questions, so please, yeah, I see 2 hands. Maybe we start with the lady here.
May peace be upon you. First of all, I consider myself, I was, injusticed because each title has it's a conference, so it will take longer time. Therefore, I propose that we should follow these activities on Zoom, and maybe less cost, and everybody can contribute with it. I would like to propose that I'm from Haifa, and also is it possible that I can accept the colonism that is a Zionist entity, apartheid, that can destroy me and destroy my existence, and he's still there? Of course not. I cannot call him a state because they are invaders, occupiers, and they are apartheid. But I would like to say that it's his power. It's come from our weaknesses. I had a hope in the Knesset that 15 Palestinians inside the Knesset, and they were able to form not a lobby but a pressure power that the invaders couldn't reject some regulations, especially about the national identity of the Jewish states. So it's demand from us, and the latest elections, it was failed, and it looks like that the Palestinians in 1948 and our factions and our leadership, and I wish that they can come back again to be powerful, that the invaders is about 70 years until now, and even more to dismantle the Palestinian identity, but they couldn't. The political parties are working, the Arab world are working and doing something. So when the person, when he's talking, that he's talking that he's logic, that he is the son of the Jewish religions, and we respect that. We are not against the Jewish. Therefore, if we spend so much effort and we become like this person, and our activity and also the international solidarity with our Palestinian issue, and we will get results. Thank you.
I want to turn to Professor Al-Arian about, I think she said something about this being on Zoom, and
yeah, of course. I would suggest you take
all the questions and then
3 minutes for each.
Okay, let's do it that way. Okay, great. Then let's have the questions, gentlemen. Yes. Okay, and the panelists want you to tell us your names. Introduce yourself before.
تمام. مأمون أبو جراد.
I'm a researcher. My name is Abu Jarad. The question to Ms. Hanin and Mr. Awad, I would like to start that from the the movement, we noticed the solidarity of the Palestinian people in Gaza and West Bank, and even the people in the diaspora, and they faced that Zionist project and gave paradigm that how the struggle can be, and the unity of the Palestinian people. This is actually have so many points to be taken into consideration as a citizenship, and also the rest of the national movements that is not only PLO, that they signed on Oslo conventions, and this Oslo doesn't mean anything to us because there are so many other powers in diaspora and Gaza Strip and West Bank. They rejected Oslo. And so today, when we are, submit and talking about the citizenship as a political project to the people inside, how we are able at the end to, build lines and, connections between us and between the people inside. We don't want just to have or feel that we are dismantled. The other point that any identity of a political party, yes, they are talking about political issues, but most of them, they are talking about their political practices, and especially we are as Palestinians, we submitted the democracy secular states, and also at the end there should be some practices, and also they will have the ability to talk about their destinies. So when this the party that party I'm talking about is they should actually do their best, but it's unfortunately that we are not able today to write history to the lower level for the national movement inside. They cannot do any boycott with the other parties that representing the nationalism. So how we can do and go forward? There are so many changes in the Israeli society. We are in front of new things, and at least that we have a political arena in Israel. And at the end, what should I say here? That this person, he reached to that level, and also we have to seek liberation. We have to find a way to have a political Palestinian project able to renew. Can we go to the other question, please? They can be able to have a discourse, and also to the only thing that it's the Palestinian issue to confront the colonialism. And thank you.
I'm afraid I will. Yeah, there will be just one more question because we need time for the answers as well, and you can always have your questions afterwards. There was an earlier question there, yeah.
Hello everyone, and God bless you all. I would like to thank this university for the organizers of this conference. Actually, we are what came from the Israeli elections, and what we read now from indifferences of opinions in this meeting, and also some people, they said that the resistance should have this and that, and so many different opinions. So we are in reality, with the respect to all opinions, we are not against your opinion, and everybody free to say what they want to say. In front of this rightist apartheid government, is not different than other previous governments. They are all walking on the same road. What it's demanding from, what do you want from us as an activist, as a researchers, as a Palestinian nation suffering from this Nakba, from this issue, from this setback, and people are in the West Bank, they are just facing what the government saying. He cannot even harvesting the olives from the tree, and because it's not safe. Our children in the West Bank are not allowed to be educated. So how we can deal with this apartheid project of Israel? And also we had hope from the leadership of Palestine. This election will have much better justice results from now on. Thank you.
I mean, I know there's another question, but we don't have time for it, I'm afraid. You'll have to catch them when they leave the hall, because... But, I mean, okay, I leave it to Professor Al-Ariad. Shall we get another question? Okay, we get another question, the last question. Okay.
السلام عليكم. معكم جلال خشيب.
Jalal Khashib, I'm a researcher internationally and also in SIGA. The studies in this type of subject, especially in this subject, there is an approach called the comparison study that usually focusing on a similar experience. I noticed there is a missing link here, research in that book. I didn't actually read it from the index, but if there is, for example, one study that can guide us from the other, like, you know, the experiences, the evaluations, and there is an experience similar to the liberation of Palestine, Algeria. I'm not saying that because I'm Algerian, but in reality, that our grandfathers from Algeria, they, you know, confront the French invasion for you know, long time. There was a complete vision. There was, you know, one people you know, integrated with the you know, fighting, and there is citizenship, and the also they confront the invasion of the French. Some people they used weapons, some people they were armed, some people they used religion, some it was like, you know, integrated experience to liberate, for liberation. But I didn't see that in the like, you know, especially the academic who joined in that book to learn, like, you know, to especially Dr. Ilan. What he talked about only examples from South Africa, from other society in the United States. Why there is something missing of this type of study? Maybe we can benefit from it. That's similar, like the experience that I just mentioned now. Thank you.
3 minutes for each presenter to respond to any of the questions that you think have touched upon your expertise. So we'll start with Mr. Awad. Okay. Yeah, would you like to respond to any of the questions?
طيب أنا بدي أجاوب لأنه أسئلة كلها بالعربي. أجاوب بالنسبة ل
According specifically to the question, the more complex question is the main, you know, challenge in front of the Palestinian people. How we can put in the framework all the, you know, public struggles and make it under one umbrella. In the missings of the PLO that was gathering all the Palestinians, and it was the tool of liberations. But now even we don't have any tools for liberations, and we are under, you know, invasion, occupation, and also there is so many problems. Now the role of 1948, this part of Palestinians, they live in a very complex situation, and they need, you know, a very new techniques, a new method. After Oslo promise, we left alone. Nobody support us, and then we came back to a citizenship that a way to, you know, power balance issue in the Palestinian arena, because the leadership of Palestine, they said it's the power in the hand of Israel, so we have to sign this you know, Oslo issue. But we didn't take it into consideration to use it to confront the apartheid system in Israel, and this is what happened. But they discovered that, and when we established a political frame, and also they fought us, and also the PLO tried to struggle from outside. We say that the citizenship, I'm talking about myself, I was actually the head of the Al-Tajammu party, and the process of the intellectual journey that we went through is the result of this situation, of this position that people who couldn't live that time cannot understand. And this party of Al-Tajammu, it was a great work, and we actually squeezed Israel in an ideology way, and also this citizenship, equal citizenship, that also talking about Israel, that they cannot consider themselves that they are apartheid, and they just declare themselves and they say that they said Palestine is belong to Israel. So Palestinian people should be unified and they should say that Palestine it's part of our life and we should fight the apartheid in order to defeat the apartheid regime. The Palestinian people in the green line, they can play a big role into the Palestinian project. Some people, they said, whoever can lead the one state solution, I don't think that anyone can actually do that, and they can have a big role, central role of the Palestinian because of the geographical area, and they are inside the bottom of the evil. And so if Israel said you are Palestinian just like other Palestinians, and PLO is just Palestinian movement, and you are less than a Jewish person, and you are second-hand like citizen, and Palestinian will understand one day that there is possibility to achieve equality, and also this project of equality it has like a dead end way, and also that we have to extend citizenship toward Palestine. So you are facing the whole world in a democratic way, but this solution, it has no discussions. And also the refugees said we need citizenship inside Palestine. First we have to defeat the Zionist project, Israel states, and we have to build a global movement, just like what happened in South Africa, because you said that there is no comparison. No, absolutely not. We are taking our learning the lessons from what happened in South Africa and other places, and we are inside the green line. When they said that you are not part of the Palestinian people, you keep away, therefore that we didn't actually give up. This is the last point I would like to say, that what we did so far, when we change from the liberation discourse to the citizenship discourse and the right of return back of the refugees, and actually this is the three banners that PBS took it from us, this is the three pillars, three important pillars. It came from the party of At-Tajammu. So we said we can confront the Zionists from this gate, and we are not giving up to we are not recognizing Israel, we are not recognizing the Zionists, and this was very surprise to the Israelis when they said how you are the party and the movement, that your leadership, you are more like different than your people. So this is not easy to solve, and today we have a Palestinian initiatives called the Palestinians people will elect their own leaderships. About 4 million people from Palestine, they will do that type of elections, and the leadership of Palestine from all over Palestine. Therefore we have facing so many complex, so many problems, but there is a national grassroots Palestinian project. It will build gradually, step by step, inside the Palestinian structure. Thank you so much. From where are you from? From Gaza? I thought you are from inside. I thought you are details and details. Yes. Thank you so much, my sister. Also, I would like to answer you. When we were about 15, we were lost a lot, and also the equation of unity. It's not the equation that we can be together. The unity is a national project. The 15, member in the Knesset, they unified without any national project, but they were weak. It's like Fatah and Hamas, they are unified. It's a national project. This is not a technical issue. So we were weak. We were weak, and the brother from Gaza, he said that, and also we are not a lobby. We are not a lobby. The lobby is also within the system. You are saying in your citizenship, and this is not citizenship, that Israel is not, there is no like a citizenship project to change their relationship as a minority with the state. We have to change the relationship with the majority with the state. We have to give a new title. This is not a citizenship project, because we are not talking about that we need to go inside the type of citizenship. We are, rejecting this citizenship, and we are not recognizing the Israeli states. We have to create a new citizenship. This is as a sovereignty. Everything we have to reject, but within your position. And this is not a citizenship project. When you have an alternative project, you have to say to the state, you are not a Jewish state. You have to say to the majority, you have no ideology relations. It should not be built on the Balfour promise or religions. You are, doing so many bad things, and also that's mean you are building a new documents like in the sovereignty side, not the equality side. So the logic behind the citizenship is the sovereignty. Also, somebody said that it's the right to claim rights. The At-Tajammu said the citizenship, the right to claim rights, it's not citizenship. The right to claim rights is our relationship with the state, with our country, to be a base of equality. We have to, our citizenship, it's connected to the country. So the Tajammuq discourse is, it's not expanding. It's not because I'm a citizenship and I'm asking for my rights. It's because I have a country, I have a homeland. We are jumping to the citizenship because we are asking for rights, not to depend on the citizenship. We are and I said that my right is not coming from Israel. My right is because I am the daughter of this homeland. So the project is not that you are used. This is dismantle. This is decolonizations. This is, of course, yes. This need another steps. I didn't mention it in my speech. The step is that to have to transform from the unilateral relationship to an ideology liberated, that it's the unity of the lands, the people, and the political destiny. This is the thing that we have to do, take one step ahead. So because as long as I'm talking about the liberations from inside, I separated my political destiny. So, we cannot separate that destiny, because Israel didn't come like that, but they connected to the nationality law. So the article start is not the state of Israel, but it's the land of Israel. This is the only law that can, copy the project of the Zionists. So they recopied, or they make, or they titling the Jewish state. It's not only like going to the rightist. This is a strategic movement from Israel. The answer is that they have to open. Israel and this independence documents, even though if they didn't recognize their borders, but Israel didn't put the green line. But the answer is we have to come and we have to review, to open the green line and say, we said there is no space. We are inside that. I have to talk to Israel and I have to open the borders and talk about part of the nations, and we have to talk all as one nation. This is Slavogigic, the radicals. It's like the reality Israel gave us. If it was on. It says that I'm talking about one system, one project. There is no law in the, we are not exist there. So we have to do something. We have to do the liberation project. Therefore, I'm not dismantling. So the resistance is not going to stop, but I'm not the only one going to do liberation. There is no meaning of liberation without to be gathered, to be unity, and also the other things that recommendations. But we won in the election. We won. And sorry that about the recommendation too.
A short comment on my friend from Algeria. First of all, in the 1970s, the FLN did inspire the Palestinian liberation movement. It's not as if this was not possible, but I think, and this is where I agree with Sami Al-Aryan on this, you cannot compare for one particular reason. The Algerian liberation movement did not face the whole Judeo-Christian world in the project of the French colonialism. I mean, French colonialism was losing its grip first because of the bravery of the FLN, but also because Europe began to understand the colonization is not necessary for Western control. And we have to understand it. Palestine is a different case. It's very important to understand. It's a different case, and that's why I think it's true. It's a global, it's a Judeo-Christian global project that only can be dismantled by a global coalition. On this, I totally agree with you. And I think one of the problems for a lot of Palestinians is that they themselves will not be able to bring down Zionism. It's very difficult to say to a national liberation movement. You will not be able to do it yourself. A lot of Palestinians don't like to hear this, and I understand it. I fully understand it. I can empathize with this. But I can tell you the Palestinians don't have the power to dismantle Zionism. They have the power of Sumud. They have the power to stay there, which is very important, but it's not the same thing. And therefore, I think it's a very different situation between the very impressive liberation struggle of Algeria and the ANC as well. Even the ANC did not face a similar coalition. You have to go back to 1840, 1850 to understand that the colonization of Zionism began as a Christian project, not a Jewish project. It's an evangelical Christian project with deep roots in evangelical Christianity and in this belief of the Western culture that actually Palestine, a colonized Palestine, a Judaized Palestine, reflects the last bastion, the last border of the progressive, enlightened Western culture. So many political parties in the West today are gaining power on this very platform, on this very basic platform. Today they direct it against the immigrants, against the Muslims, but the source is not anti-Islamophobic. And the source is not anti-immigrant. The source is a sense of superiority, of Western culture superiority. If Israel falls, Western culture superiority falls. And that's the main problem. And Algeria never faced such a challenge. South Africa never changed such a challenge. But to end on a happier note, I want to introduce my friend Johnny Mansour. We together write a book about the origins of Palestinian villages. And we found out that 11, am I right? 11 Palestinian villages were built by revolutionary people from Algeria in 1830. They were kicked out by the French. They arrived in Palestine and they built 11 villages, which are not all with us. In fact, most of us are not with us because, maybe because of their Algerian DNA, they fought strongly in the Nakba and they were kicked out. But their internal refugees of these villages are still around, and we are collecting their evidence. And apart from couscous, they also have a strong fighting spirit. So you might be right in the end of the day that Algeria would have even a stronger impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Ilan, for this response. Just one additional note. I think there is something to learn from the struggle, but they are not the same. And same with the struggle in South Africa. I just want to reiterate that the main impetus of my paper, of my chapter, was that the grand strategy for the struggle for the liberation of Palestine is to dismantle the Zionist project in Palestine, to de-Zionize Palestine. And I also said that the equation is very simple. This struggle cannot be resolved with the Palestinian only, and it cannot be resolved without the Palestinian. So this is the equation. Once we realize this, then we should be thinking beyond that. And as I said, there are 12, in my belief, there are 12 things that are sustaining, 12 imperatives that are sustaining this. And we as Palestinians maybe can affect 2 or 3. That means there are things beyond our control, which needs this building of a global movement. Now, the last question about what should we do, I say we need to strategize, galvanize, organize, mobilize, to engage and act. I mean, it's not that difficult if people realize. Now, when we look at the different things, and I'm going to give an example and maybe end up on that. And the example is Turkey. Here in Turkey, we have thousands and thousands of Palestinians. We have dozens and dozens of organizations. They spend most of their time talking to each other. They don't engage Zionism. Europe, right now, many countries in Europe are not allowing Israeli universities to hold conferences. Yet they find the freedom to do it in Turkey because we're not engaged in that struggle. We're not engaged. Believe it or not, the amount of trade between Turkey and Israel is over $6 billion. If you add up all the Muslim countries, all 56 other Muslim countries, with the exception of the Emiratis in the last year, but all others, as of 2019, they were about 600 million. That's 1/10 what Turkey trades with Israel. And yet, with these thousands, in a very friendly environment, by the way, you're not working in the United States where you have this hostility and these legislations in one after the other, you know, these state legislations, then you have to sign that you cannot support BDS in order to do business with the government. None of that. Yet, no one is really engaged. With the Turkish people really extremely pro-Palestinian. And yet, what are we doing as Palestinians here? Talking to each other. We hold conferences, not academic, we hold conferences just singing and talking to each other. I mean, it's amazing how it's happened because we are not aware of this, what grand strategy, what engaging Zionism means. That I have to go and roll my sleeves and talk to the business people and tell them why this is wrong. I talked to very, very religious people. I said, why are you doing this? He said, I'm taking money from them. Is that wrong? I said, yes, it's wrong. Yes, it is wrong. And you have to understand the deeper meaning beyond this. See, we're not, again, so this is really need a paradigm shift. What does it mean to engage Zionists? In the United States, there are people there who think that the easiest way to get to power is to befriend Zionists. All right, so we have these different Muslim figures, really very sincere ones, who go and not just they join in groups with religious Jews for the benefit of Islam, against Islamophobia. No, they go with Zionists. So they have to compromise because they think this will give them access to power or somehow they're going to get some benefits. The deep understanding of this is that this should be a red line. See, that's when you have this paradigm shift. When you say, what does it mean to engage against Zionists? That's a red line. I cannot cross that line for any other purpose. That is the real meaning of engaging. That's the real meaning of containing Zionism and fighting against it. But that is going to take some education. And I hope that this conference and others and this book and others that we can engage these things. Because I think these two things, we need to support the Palestinians in all of Palestine, whatever that means. And of course, I'm not talking about what Haneen was talking about, trying to make them part of the system. No. You engage in solidarity to make sure they fight Zionism from inside. But the bigger fight is going to be outside. Because this is how the state is sustained. I need to break this unholy alliance between the United States and Israel. When that happens, that's a huge thing. That's gonna, it's gonna crumble. Let's make it crumble. That's a huge fight. That's not an easy fight. But a lot of people think that this is a very strong fight. So let's fight the smaller, and we're wasting our time. This one state, two state, citizen, not citizen. We are playing in the Zionist courtyard. We need to go outside and start engaging them in a way that will make their life very difficult.
Thank you, Professor. This concludes our session. Only the panelists, I believe, are going to have a photo session. This is it? Okay, please.
About tomorrow is the last day. I know it's exhausting, but it's benefit. I think a lot of people are benefiting from this. So they will have one session tomorrow, again at 4. That session will have 4 excellent speakers. Johnny is one of them that Professor Ilan Pape mentioned. But after that, it's going to be a Q&A, an engagement with all 8 speakers who are here in Istanbul. So I hope that you will be there and be ready with your questions, with your comments, and hopefully we're going to get the benefit of this whole book tomorrow afternoon. First, we need to recognize, Haneen. Ilan, you have yours. I had mine. This is Megan. There was no need for that. But you need to come to take a picture. Yeah, picture of it.
No, you would. Very good.
Okay, I'll give you a box.